They're so much better.
Well, yeah, of
Yeah,
course the
barbers
barbers,
are
but
men.
you never get a female barber, okay?
No.
It's like I'm sorry. 9 out of 10 female barbers don't know how to cut a guy's hair. They just don't.
I
That's
did
why-
have the exception. I had that 10 back when I was a kid. We had a family friend who did it.
Sure,
Nah,
but that was when you were a kid,
nah,
and you
don't worry.
you
barber
didn't
is an older
understand.
6-foot Lebanese man. My barber is always an oldest over 6-foot Lebanese man.
Yeah, exactly. Look, okay, so look, I went down, I was like, okay, where's the nearest barber shop? And I go through their fucking pictures. I'm like, women, 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 women. Holy shit, that's a whole black troop. I fucking went there, because you know what? They know how to cut hair. As long as you want to cut
Yes.
short, they know how to cut hair.
Yes, a hairdresser is for long hair for styling, coloring, and all that, but they're not for cutting hair.
Yeah, well, no shit.
Yeah.
Had a barber I had been going to for the past 30-odd years before. I finally just said, fuck it, bought myself a pair of clippers for $60.
Oh,
And
yeah.
over the course of the last year, I've saved over $120 on haircut.
Yeah, I mean, I bought my own pair of fucking electric clippers myself, and I just fucking slap on the 5/16 thing, and I just go zip, 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 zip. I mean, look, here's the thing, right? I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing any sort of functional events. I'm not representing a client. I'm not handshaking the CEOs of companies, you know. I'm not doing anything special, so I don't need to have special hair. I just need it to be short.
Yeah, no, me, I'm team leader in a warehouse, so I've got to look at least presentable.
Yeah, well, that's on you.
leadership match. Listen, I wanted the pay increase, and I was already doing the work anyway, so why not?
That's true. That's true. That's true. Anyway, gentlemen, it is fanfiction time. You know what that means?
Suffering.
Yes, but it's also time to torture sign.
What?
Now you might ask, how am I going to torture sign today? And really,
Oh no.
the answer is simple if you think about it.
Are we reading his fix?
No, we're not reading his
Oh,
fix.
no.
No. No, of course not. There's way too much
His
porn in
written
his
story.
fix.
No.
Well,
His
no,
Ruby John Gamer story
Yes.
doesn't have immediate porn.
Yeah,
I
that's true.
did actually post that snippet for that worm thing.
I saw. And?
I don't have an end.
So, what? Fine then. What fandom does Sign love a lot that we're going to be trolling through to hurt him?
Well, I figure we can do a lot of fandoms because he covers a lot of fandoms.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, so we're gonna start at Tanya. We're gonna make our way through Ruby, and if Sign isn't triggered by then, I guess we'll just have to do a fucking gotcha game.
Oh.
I mean,
there's always the worm section as well. That causes suffering to everyone.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. Yeah.
Suffering rated E for everyone.
Yeah, these hands are rated E for everyone.
God damn it, I was just about to say that.
Alright, so we're looking for you, Joe, Senki. Only 195. Goddamn.
Mm-hmm. And it's basically, it's bullshit.
Yeah, pretty much. Argent Valley. Oh, it's by everyone's favorite shit-ass author, M4 Typewriter.
M4 Typewriter?
Yeah, he's sent me some PMs in the past about how he really doesn't appreciate me calling his stories garbage because his stories are so amazing. That's why he has 31 favorites.
Are you in the crossovers or the normal?
Crossovers.
Crossovers, yeah.
There's your problem.
Second, well, he can't do normal stories because all of his ideas are absolutely dog shit.
Well, okay, but that doesn't mean you should go into crossovers where it's almost guaranteed to be double the dog shit.
Yes.
Mm.
You have at least twice as many chances of fucking it up doing a crossover than you do just sticking to whatever you were trying to do.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it's not even like twice as much. There's got to be some sort of logarithmic algorithm. Because it's got to be exponential. Because if you really think about it, there's a lot of crossovers that just don't work with Tanya. Like Transformers. Oh yeah, Tanya reincarnates as a Transformer. This is going to be a very interesting and fun story to read, right?
Not even remotely.
No.
No. What is she? Let me guess, she's a Panzer tank.
Yes.
Second life ended, but still atheist, and intervention puts her yet again in another life. And we're just going to arbitrarily capitalize random letters that have absolutely no point in being capitalized, but hey, it looks cool, right? That's how you do the English language.
No.
The
Also,
kind
this
she
isn't
sought
showing
after all the time in her second life, but is she able to really live after an entire war? For some reason, entire is capitalized.
I hate it.
So, I don't really understand the issue with this story. Like what? Are you really gonna sit here and write a? Let's see, 3 chapters, 22k words. So that's about what, 7k word chapter. You're really gonna sit here and write 7k chapters about Tanya having PTSD? Because it's fucking Stardew Valley. Like, Jesus Christ, all you do is fucking farm and fight generic ass monsters that someone from a city with absolutely no sword training can beat.
Yes.
So
While also having a witch fly over a meteorite fall and marrying someone.
yeah. So quite literally non-events. Like, I'm pretty sure Tanya could kill the monsters in the mines in her sleep. So definitely.
Does she still have magic? Does she still have magic?
I mean, doesn't really even matter.
Yeah,
Give her
because I was gonna
nice-
say with magic, like there is nothing.
Oh
that's
yeah, obviously with magic, but
a problem. She can probably even use magic to help with the farming, and it's like.
oh, absolutely. I mean, but point being, there's like, so pretty much the only thing you have going for you in this story is Tanya has PTSD, and it's like, that's not an interesting story.
No. Also, the fanfiction isn't showing up on the stream. It's still the fanfiction.
Oh yeah, I know. My bad.
Theater.
That's because I did not. Oh, what the hell? It's doing it again.
Oh, there we go. I now see everyone's names in chat at least.
There we go. Now it's fucking linking up. That was so damn stupid. Nope, still can't. I fucking swear to God, Chrome,
Damn.
your shit, I just get tired of it more and more every single day. No, not scroll. Open. What's his most popular story possible? Let's see here. Updated word, probably the highest word count. A whopping 63 favorites, where it's Mahoko Koko no Rotisserie. A young woman's new life, Holy Kaiserin. Amidst a growing unstable scenario, a person steps into center stage to whole world. Young woman makes declaration, I'm back for good this time. Back to a world of previous life. Her newest life is Path of Challenge, this time for what she's been denied previous lives.
Ew.
Seraph
Isn't that
has more
the
favorites than
Academy
that,
of-
yeah.
Yeah, isn't that the Academy of a Failed Chivalrous Knight or something that...
Hoko Koko no Rotisserie? Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
A regular
And
at
it-
Magic High School, even fucking worse.
that-
Jesus Christ.
That. OC and AYWPR, the Cold War fixed characters playing the Bofuri game. What? Is that crossover with their own fix?
This is yeah, so
Or
this
that
is
someone else's?
out of character of the Yoko Senki universe and the a young woman's PR battle, the Cold War.
Political record.
Yeah, political
PR
record.
or political record. So
He's
he's crossing over with someone else's.
someone
fix.
else's characters deciding to play Bofuri, the New World Order VR MMO RPG game, the game where the devs didn't think that they would need to define the amount of damage that eating does because you're eating. Why would you need to define that damage? And also they didn't put a cap on the defense stat because who would put all their points in defense? That's really dumb.
And then
Also,
Maple.
a VR MMO in just post-war World War II. That's definitely the correct time to put a fucking VR MMO.
Yeah.
It's Magic. That explains shit.
Yeah, no, you still got to explain the technology because Magic doesn't make up for that.
Yeah.
Magic, they can literally make illusions.
Not for a game that's in war games, maybe, but
No. I have to be with Kaz on this one, dude. You wouldn't be able... Sure, you could be like holodeck, and I'm there for that. But
Yes.
if you're gonna make a worldwide VR MMORPG, illusions ain't gonna cut it.
We've also seen that Yojo Senki illusion, someone affected by it, more makes an illusion in the world itself. It doesn't actually affect people.
Yeah, you would literally need to have like a worldwide synced Magitech fucking little CompuStone. That would be insane.
That would be Shugal, yes.
No, like beyond that, dude. Like, come on, like fucking really. It wouldn't work with the fucking CompuStones they have right now. You would literally have to invent the computer CompuStone.
Yeah. It's a little bit on them, but it's not impossible. I'd give it like
on the other
100
hand, I could definitely see someone like Akihiko Kayaba in there creating fucking a world illusion of SAO where it's like, hey, play this game. By the way, everyone dies like normal.
And they would play it.
But again, the technology would still be unavailable.
Honestly, SAO was pretty cringe because they had... Because Kayaba was like, oh, magic is cringe and it breaks my medieval fantasy. Yeah.
And then enemies you face is magical fantasy. There's elves. They use magic against you.
Yeah, and then a bunch of fucking creatures have magic, and all of the fucking enemies are like magical beasts, and it's like, bro, really?
Here's this undead giant worm reaper thing for boss 75. What do you mean? Of course it's medieval, no magic. There's no necromancy involved.
Yeah, don't you remember the giant graveyard worm in medieval times that constantly killed people?
Don't you remember the Kirin that was actually just a giraffe? Like, come on.
Oh, hey, it's 2 for the price of 1! The Saga of Ruby the Evil.
Yeah, I read the summary. That does not look good.
Ruby was strange kid, but also scary kid. She had split personality or secret conjoined twin in Ruby eyes. That, when awake, turns the sweet, loving Ruby Rose into demon. Smart demon, but still a demon. Join Team Ruby as they learn to coexist with Ruby's other self, Tanya Dugerchaff.
Also, it's Sweat and Lovely Ruby Rose.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sweat and Lovely, yes.
First.
The third one I can actually see if it wasn't Tanya post-war. Like, I could see being X instead of the Yojo Senki verse, putting the fucking character into Game
Now,
of Thrones or Song of Ice and Fire.
I
Because
will
that's
say,
a shithole of the world.
the worst part about this story is the fact that 115 people favorited it.
Oh, 100%. And 158 follow.
Okay, look, followers are dumb, and I follow a lot of stupid shit. I don't really care about follows.
But favorites?
Favorites. Favoring a fic is publicly showing that you are following a fic.
Yeah.
Which means you are proud of the fact that you are following that fic.
On the other hand, it could be like fucking 12-year-olds just getting into fanfiction like I was, where if I liked a fic, I just followed and favorited both without even thinking. Even when I only wanted to follow it.
Well, that just means you're retarded, so it doesn't really matter either way.
Yeah, but I'm Australian, so that's a given.
Yeah, well,
Some
you
of those
can't help it.
12-year-olds are retarded.
Yeah. It's like, I'm sorry, it's just like, honestly, the story would have been more interesting if they made Tanya just Ruby.
Actual twin.
No, not even a twin, because that would be even more interesting. Just literally just Ruby.
Yeah,
Tanya is Ruby.
Yeah.
Yeah, and instead it's a split personality.
Now, don't get me wrong. It would be fucking dumb. Tanya as Ruby is just fucking dumb. Ruby is like a big part of why I even like Ruby, so removing Ruby entirely is lame.
Ruby is the only character of Team Ruby I actually fucking like.
Yeah.
And even Team Juniper, the only other one is like
Nora. Yeah.
Maybe Pyrrha, but that's only if she didn't have a crush on Jorn.
Pyrrha's a
Which
bitch.
means we're right back to it being Weiss
like,
as the best Tanya insert.
Pyrrha is quite literally a whore. Yeah.
Well,
So the reason why Pyrrha is a whore is because literally the first person that said hi to her and then didn't know who she was like, I want to fuck him. Literally showed nothing beyond the fact that he was oblivious to literally everything, sucked at literally everything, embarrassed himself constantly, but he walked up to her and was like, hi, we should be friends. And she was like, why? Because I'm Pyrrha? And he's like, I don't know who that is, but I think I recognize you from the cereal I eat, and I think that's cool. And she's like, oh my god, I want to fuck him. And it's like, you are just a whore.
Woman moment.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she just has an iron fetish.
Oh, what fetish?
Iron.
That is not how that word is pronounced.
It is in Australia, so fuck you. Mainly because I can't say it the actual other way. I literally can't pronounce it.
Classic.
An ion fetish?
Iron.
Aryan is what he's
Yes.
trying to say.
Aryan.
Oh,
Aryan.
Aryan. Okay.
Right.
Yes, I too love the Iron Race.
Yeah. Literal metal boy.
That's why she has a polarity symbol.
Literal metal noises, yeah.
Jesus.
Clang, 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 clang.
Wait, is this a Ruby? By the way, is this a Ruby abridged quote, or was this an actual Ruby where they found out Pyrrha's semblance was polarity, and then Ruby just went, she controls poles? Was that an actual thing in Ruby?
That's an actual thing.
That's an actual thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was like,
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
That just entered,
That was
I'm
real.
gonna be honest.
Yeah.
That entered my mind, and then I was like, wait, was that fan fiction, an abridged series, or actual Ruby?
Unfortunately, actual Ruby.
What's the thing?
Ruby found out that Pyrrha's power was polarity, and Ruby goes, "Oh my god, she controls poles."
According to the hentai artists, yes.
Anyway,
now that's a katana.
Yeah, as far as Tanya in the Rubyverse, if she really has to be replacing a character in the Rubyverse, Weiss is just clearly the obvious one. That's A, because Weiss has no personality beyond
Bitchy.
being
Harris?
racist.
Yeah. 2, she's the heiress of a company which Tanya would fucking excel at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's also just like she replaces Yang, massively changes how the story goes. You know, she replaces Blake. God
She's probably not
forbid.
even going to Beacon. She's probably not even going to end up at Beacon.
She's
if
gonna
she
commit
goes
some
away.
mass terrorism. Is what she's gonna fucking do.
Uniforms for everyone.
Yeah. So I mean, like, it replaces Ruby, removes the only good thing about Ruby.
Tanya Blake with her highest sub donation, Adam Taurus following her everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And then it's just like, oh, but what if she was a twin of one of the characters? Look, okay, so I'm gonna be real here. Twin of main character is possibly the dumbest shit ever. I don't know if maybe that's my bias from all those years of Harry Potter and Naruto, where they're like, oh, I'm the twin of Naruto or Harry Potter. And it's just like, no, it's dumb, it's stupid, fuck off. You know.
It really doesn't make sense in Naruto if childbirth also weakens the seal. Like, twins would make it even worse. Wouldn't it?
Yes.
I mean, maybe. You would also probably have Minato maybe sealing each half into each twin. Maybe. I mean, the whole reason why Minato sealed half into himself was because he was like, haha, fuck you, I'm taking half with me. See ya,
Yeah.
bitches!
Yeah. Nah, Sneaky, don't you know he's got to seal half into each twin into two twins, and then the soul into Naruto
Yeah,
while he lives.
yeah, he's gotta seal. Yeah, he's gotta seal each half of the Bijou into the twins, and he'll seal the body and soul into the third one. Because there's so much body and soul left over after you seal the body and soul into the other twins.
Surely.
And then he's got to abuse the third one with the body and soul, who's got to grow up emo, cringy, and then destroy everything.
And then runs off from Konoha and becomes the secret 10-tail Bijou, and then comes back, and then he fucks his sisters and his mom.
Yep.
Why are you reading my notes?
That is peak 2010 Naruto.
Yeah, that's about
2010.
2010. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh god. Like, honestly, the worst part about those sorts of stories was the whole assertion that when you take a chakra beast that only exists as chakra and you split the yang, the body, and the yin, the mind / soul, and you seal those two parts of the chakra beast into two other people, that there's somehow something left behind, and it's like, no, there isn't.
I'm gonna be honest though. If there was triplets and Minato found a way, he'd be like, "Hey, Death God, take this bitch, yo! Here comes the afterlife. My third kid, you going in."
Now, I will say, of all things, I could believe Minato sealing the will or some shit. Like, Minato uses the Death God to separate the will out of the chakra yin yang, because Death God equals hacks, so I'll believe that part. And then he seals that will into, Naruto, and then that's how that works. I'll be like, dumb, but Death God equals hacks, so fine.
But wait, you want to know the biggest evidence that Minato is just a himbo who doesn't actually think?
Hey,
The third Hokage proved, The third Hokage proved to us you didn't even have to use it yourself. You can just get a shadow clone to sacrifice themselves to seal something.
Yes.
When did that
yeah,
happen? No.
Yeah, but that was also at a slightly reduced cost.
Yeah,
Like,
but he can still but he still used
And-
a shadow clone to seal 2 Hokages away into the Shinigami.
oh, yeah, but they were also resurrected imperfectly. That's part of why he was able to get away with that.
Well, wasn't the whole thing also the fact that I mean, he still lost his soul in the end?
Yeah.
Because he's the one who summoned it. But what if you got a shadow clone to summon it?
The Death God probably looks at you and says, Lamau, perish.
Yeah.
Didn't
Yeah.
Hiruzen use the shadow clone with that jutsu or something?
Yes, that's what we were discussing.
Yes.
When he sealed away he resealed the first and second Hokage. That only worked because
yeah.
they were imperfect, and it's like, well, don't have enough for Orochimaru, let's just take this fucker's arms.
Actually, yeah.
No,
Okay.
he did have enough for Orochimaru, but he was going to die from that sword beforehand. If the sword didn't stab him, he would have killed Orochimaru.
Yeah. Okay. He got sorted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
but I'm
going to
pretty
he
sure.
was about to die and bleed out. That's the
Yeah, no,
reason
no,
the
no.
arms were made-
Kaz is right on that part. Is
I
that
thought that was in conjunction with the fact that he split it 3 ways.
yes, it was a multi-factored thing. Basically, he got Orochimaru's arms, said, fuck, I can't keep going, and then he was like, shit, I'll just take his arms, fuck you, lol, and then died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to go back to the triplet thing. Have any of you seen Minato Lives, has the triplets, but the third, whether you want to make that Naruto or someone else, isn't known to the world? He's like, alright, 2 of the triplets get the yin and the yang. I'm raising the third to be a badass shadow bodyguard.
Never
No,
seen it.
I have not.
I don't know. That would be cool, but no, I don't ever seen that.
It would at least be unique from all the garbage that we see.
All right, third
I
one.
mean,
I'm
that
going
would
to
make
teach you to be the most badass seal master ever, because not only are you going to have to protect your siblings, and
But if they
there's
go out
some
wild
fucking
and go
psycho
crazy-
hunting them down later on, but you're also going to need to be able to reseal and fix any shit, because I'm probably going to get assassinated.
Yeah. You're also the maintenance man.
I'm gonna be honest. That would actually make sense if it went like
Seals the
hey,
death
so your
god into the
siblings
third
have-
sibling, that would be a really dumb idea.
I think
If
the
it
Death
has-
God would take
No,
so
I've
much
seen that.
offense to that.
Yeah.
I've seen that, but no. So he just goes, all right. So your siblings have the Kyuubi. They've already got the power in the future. They're gonna be Kage no matter what. Taking you my ear. What do you want to learn first, Rasengan or Haraishin?
You
Yeah.
third sibling, you are going to have a fucking hell of a time. So,
Yeah.
they get to have childhoods. You don't.
No. Why not? Because you're gonna learn to teleport.
You're gonna learn to teleport. You're gonna learn
Honestly,
to throw bombs.
Yeah, it's like, alright, you turned 4, your childhood ends here, but you learned some of the sickest shit I've invented to this date.
Hey kid, wanna
I mean-
commit war crimes? No?
I mean, that's just the-
Wanna
that's the-
try?
That's just the Uchiha training method. 4 years old, you better start to learn fireballs, or you're not worth this family's name.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's just the Uchiha
That-
child raising method.
Dude, the Uchiha training was so fucking awesome. It's like, look, I finally did it. Yeah, but your output was fluctuating. What's wrong with you? Why isn't it perfect? I don't know,
So
maybe
you
you're
must be
4.
3 years
Come
old and
on.
no one else.
Your Armbrew Captain brother can do a perfect fireball. Why can't you?
Yeah, that was so weird. Also, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of, guys, when you were calling Minato a himbo, I
Yeah.
thought you were gonna point out the fact that he made the Rasengan one of the simplest and dumbest, most brute force methods there are
Yes.
in ninjutsu.
Yes.
I mean, yes,
Yeah.
but also his
Oh,
naming
to be
method is
fair
himbo as
though,
fuck.
I mean, to be fair though, he also was like, all right, so this is the Rasengan. All right, so what does it do? Well, it's like extreme chakra training. Why is extreme chakra training? Okay, so basically, you take one current and you rotate it in your hand. Okay, then stage 2 is you do
Times
2.
that by 100.
And then stage 3 is you do that 3 times in 3 different directions. It's like, okay, so what's the finalized version? 360. It's like,
What?
What? So stage 1 is
Also-
1. Stage 2 is 2. Yeah. Stage 3 is 3 things at the same time. Yeah. Stage 4 is 360. Yeah.
What? Wait.
Makes sense. It tracks. Also,
What's stage
I-
5? Making
I don't know,
it
man.
Make it bigger.
well, yeah, that
no,
was
it's
a great
making it
moment where
exploding.
like we get our first alternate Rasengan. It's like, oh, what's it gonna be? Giant Rasengan. And
I mean,
What
It's
about?
fair.
fair, Naruto. That's fair.
All right, what's
I
the
shot
next
him
one?
with a 9mm. It didn't work. I'll just use a
Oh,
40mm.
and then the next upgrade of that was double giant
Planetary.
Rasengan. Okay,
Oh yeah.
that's
What
not an upgrade.
2?
That's just 2. That's not an improvement. It's just 2 of them.
Listen, Naruto inherited Minato's brains. They think the exact same.
That explains it.
Naruto, you need to make the Rasengan finished. What do you mean finished? Well, there was a 5th part to it. What's that? Adding an element. Okay, fine.
How do
Alright, I
do
added
that?
wind
well,
to it.
Kakashi tried. What does it look like? A shuriken. What's its name? Rasen Shuriken.
Spiraling
Okay.
spear shuriken.
Well, so you can throw that, right? Nah, I just
No.
run up in their face and do it. Oh,
Destroy my hand.
and then
You know what the saddest thing is? You want to know the truly saddest thing is?
Minato's naming conventions, like in the Fourth Great War.
No.
With the fucking big settlement.
Naruto, upon making the Rasen Shuriken, uses it in close combat for the first time and goes, oh shit, that really fucked up my arm. I shouldn't do that again. And then from then on, until he learned how to throw it, he had a clone use it instead.
Yep.
And didn't keep doing
oh, that's
And
right. 'Cause
didn't
he did
keep-
that another 2 or he did that another 2 or 3 times, didn't he?
And then he finally
With a
figured out
claw.
how to throw it, yeah.
Yeah.
that. And then he just only throws it. He only uses it for long range.
And
Despite
then,
he could have a clone. as a
once he
suicide
figured
attack.
out how to throw it, he would only throw it.
Mm.
Because, oh my god, that's like super smart of not fucking yourself up every time you want to beat a bad guy. Right, Izuku?
Yeah.
You know, he eventually got there.
No, he didn't.
No,
Really?
he didn't.
No.
No, he still is. He's still going past his limit and fucking his body up, except now he's got another quirk that increases the power the more he does the exact same motion 100 times.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Charge
he's
in or whatever.
in the manga he's at the point where he's no longer injuring himself, at least at the start
Oh
of the
no,
fight.
trust me, his final battle, he's definitely going to injure himself because he'll think there's no other way but
Oh,
to go.
I fully expect that an arm is finally going to just explode. It's not going to break, it's just going to pop like a
Yeah.
balloon.
Well, see, I went on this whole fucking rant and Science Server about how Izuku is the worst fucking protagonist. He is somehow
100%.
dumber than Naruto. Because we
Oh,
get
no, 100%.
told he is this super smart kid who hyper analyzes all the quirks around him and knows how to counter them and knows how to, leverage them in
Make them
new
better.
and unique ways to make them better. And what does he do for his quirk? Fucking nothing. He's like, I'm gonna work out more.
I'm going to copy All Might and that's it, because that's the perfect way to use this
All
quirk.
Might said I should stop copying him. My nurse said
gonna
I should
copy him
stop
harder.
copying him. Everyone else said I should stop copying him. I was told that if I keep copying him, I am not going to have arms anymore. So what do? I keep copying him because, air quotes,
Except with my legs.
it's the... No. The legs were
No, this
way
is
later.
Before the legs. This is before the legs.
Yeah.
No, this is before the legs.
Oh.
Before Street
Yeah,
Style.
people told him to stop copying All Might, and his solution was, okay, so I should stop exploding my arm. Got it? Okay. What if I exploded one finger at a time?
Totally works better. You get it 5 times.
Yeah, that was literally his.
Well,
That was literally his logic of, if I explode each finger, I'll have the ability to do it 10 times a fight instead of 2.
and then he does it again with his thumb after already doing it against Todoroki. He's like,
Yeah.
I can do this 20
I-
times and fuck myself up even more.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, he was going for round 3.
Yeah.
After
Yeah.
that, it's like, all right. Turns out I got 10 more shots because my fingers aren't quite broken enough.
Yeah.
Listen,
It's
my
just like.
fingers aren't dust. My fingers aren't dust. They're still usable.
Yeah.
They got more
yeah.
joints in them.
And then it takes him watching an egg explode in a microwave to go, oh, maybe I shouldn't use 100% of my power. That's
on one limb.
That's
On only one limb.
what. Yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, he was only using it on one limb. Yeah.
That's
Like,
and he goes, maybe I should spread it out.
yeah.
Because
Oh,
otherwise it will burst.
maybe I should spread the power to my entire body and use as little power as possible, and that won't explode my limb anymore. And you know what he does after learning this information?
Full cow.
Explodes his
Never
limb?
fucking use it.
No, yeah.
He goes full cow, 100% every single fucking time from there on out.
No, I thought, no, the very first time he uses full cow, it's only like 10%, I thought.
It was
But then he
5%.
goes-
So
Oh, fine.
he literally gets the 5%, goes, oh my god, this is only 5%, and then he uses the 5% like
Twice until it's not fast enough to go save a kid from muscular, so he uses 100%.
yes.
Get there and hurts his body before he gets to
And
the fight.
yes. Yeah.
Mm.
Also, super smart kid. Amazingly smart kid. He's so fucking smart, guys. Look, he's just like a fucking genius. He was able to come up with ways of using quirks that not even Momo's richest person in the world money ability could hire people to come up with ways to use her quirk better. He was even better than them. He's so smart, and upon being told to throw a punch by All Might, he only empowers his arm instead of his entire upper body and even lower body, because that's actually how you throw a punch.
Yes, and I fucking hate it, especially when people try to put it side by side and compare him to Shiro from Fate and their mindsets, and I'm like, that is not fucking true, you cunts.
Yeah, not
Izuku
even
has
slightest.
no worth in Izuku has no worth in his life and is actively suicidal.
Yeah.
Shiro's got survivor's guilt and just doesn't care about his life. He's not actively suicidal. He just doesn't care if he loses it, and as long as it's saving someone else.
Yeah. It's a fine
And I
line, but
just-
the line is there.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is the dumbest fucking shit ever. And honestly, why I ended up dropping My Hero Academia is because they constantly just remind the audience, hey guys, Izuku is really smart. That's why he's going to be dumber than Naruto in this fight.
Doesn't Izuku basically never do the whole, tell somebody how to use their quirk better than they know how to thing ever again?
Effectively. He'll
yeah.
come up with cool, amazing plans mid-battle, and someone will be like, "Oh wow, that's I never thought of doing it that way," and then it'll work.
Yeah.
And
I feel like at one point his classmates asked him for help, but they
no,
never
they
show
stole
him giving the help.
no, they stole his journal.
Notebook. His notebook that he dropped or something, or they took it.
Yeah.
And saw that it was full of one's research about them, and they were like, I never thought of this. I never thought I could do this. Oh, that's a weakness of my quirk.
Yeah.
And then they never actually use it, right?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100. Yep.
Mm.
Yeah.
I will say this: my hero was getting good for a short moment when we were like, okay, cool. All Might's back on the field with a bunch of tech to fight All for One.
Yeah, he's
It
Iron
was
Man.
very
basically.
it was very short-lived good. It's
Yeah.
kind of falling down
I'm gonna be
again.
honest. I didn't even in the anime. I didn't even make it to the fucking USJ.
Yeah.
Because I just got so sick of Izuku.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah,
know a
you know what?
fuckload. I know a
That's
fuckload
fair.
about My Hero, and it's entirely because of the My Hero fanboys. They can't shut the fuck up.
Yep. Pretty much.
Don't blame you.
Yeah.
I honestly made it to I think the end of season 3, and I was just watching it just to watch it. I had no real opinion of the series. It was like Okay, I was entertained, sorta. I
Like,
watched it. It was fun.
I'm
Move on.
sorry. So even if you get past Izuku being the worst character in existence, you still have the problem with My Hero Academia of the author being absolutely schizophrenic when it comes to quirks. And because
As well as
quirks,
being a fanboy of Marvel and DC, so
Yeah.
everything has to have some sort of comparison to them.
yeah. Now quirks were originally supposed to be based on biology,
Biological.
and then he was just. He was just like, I'm running out of ideas because I'm a creative hack, so I'm just gonna start inventing completely non-biological related quirks.
Even fucking All for One for All was fucking non-biological. It was like, hey, there's this weird energy that just keeps building up, stockpiling, and you can use it to empower yourself. And it was like,
Yeah,
how's that biological?
One for All made no fucking sense because it's like, oh yeah, it's a stockpile quirk. I'm like, oh okay, so they have to actively like think about like gathering energy or something to put into the quirk. No, it just infinitely gathers energy anyway, but it only does it when it changes users. It's like, what?
Yeah, one for all's getting kind of.
And then All for One is
wonky.
even dumber because he can just steal people's biology somehow, and then he can suddenly have that biology replicated inside him somehow, and then also he can turn it off somehow, and then also give it to... So it would be one thing if he's like, oh yeah, my entire body is made of stem cells or some shit, and that's why I can replicate any quirk I steal. It's like, alright, fine. But he can give it to other people, and they can start using that quirk naturally as well.
Nanites
I'm
did it.
gonna be honest. The best quirk that would have been a big villain antagonist is actually eraser heads on crack, because an erasure quirk that just erases quirks would be a big thing with
Yeah.
how much quirks are.
Yeah,
in fucking
Eraserhead being an antagonist in the story of like an actual villain or vigilante would have been way better, because then you could have had the hero be like, oh, I'm gonna, really make this quirk. I didn't have a quirk when I was a kid, and so I'm gonna really hyper focus on my quirk when I make it into the school, and then he actually ends up fighting Eraserhead, the
Eraserhead.
vigilante, and erases, and he gets his quirk erased in the fight, and he's like, oh shit, I actually
I'm
have to like,
useless.
yeah, I'm useless again. And like they have the realization at the end of the fight that they actually have to do things besides just focus on the quirk, because
Like,
something
imagine
whatever.
Imagine if you had Izuku being a dumbass idiot for a bit, meets Eraserhead vigilante, loses his quirk for a bit, and then just goes, wait, I was good at analysis, and just uses that to like survive or win the fight, and then he starts using that more.
Yeah,
The brain that he lost with gaining that quirk came back.
actually practices
Izuku-
his foundation. Yeah.
Yeah, Izuku would have been so good in detective work
Yeah.
as a quirkless
Yeah.
civilian.
Yeah.
He would have been
Except
fantastic, but he was obsessed
that's what-
with being a superhero.
Yeah.
That's what All Might tried to push him to, although his words were a bit
Yeah,
harsh.
his words were absolutely harsh. Yeah.
All Might pushed him to like police. Oh yeah, All Might.
Oh, that's All Might with the Walmart.
That's almost as good as my all height joke.
Oh boy. But he pushed him to emergency services.
With a punch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm Walmart. I can give you this top from out of nowhere. Anything found in a Walmart, I can bring forth.
Anyway, Max, you saying?
But he pushed him towards like police work or firefighters. Like,
yeah,
that's true. But like, he didn't know that Izuku had the analysis. I think if he knew that the kid was good at observing and taking notice shit, be like, yo, hang on, I know exactly who to get you in touch with.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
even like the ones we've seen, like they're all done horribly, but management is supposed to also be not just like fucking image and stuff, but also help with quirks, like quirk counselors and training.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
like,
yeah.
the ones we see
He
of
would've-
Nezu taking him as an
God.
apprentice or something in the management course, like those
God,
fics, they have such a good premise, but they're all done so fucking shit.
Yeah, they're
Because
also
they all
terrible.
make him a hero in the end.
Yeah.
They all make him a hero in the end.
Yeah,
And we're
he
like, well, what's the
was done
fucking point of
so
staying
well
quirkless
for
as an
that.
analyst?
Unironically, I think it would have been fine with a story where Izuku becomes the #1 like quirk
Quirk analyst.
No,
consultant in the
no.
world.
I'm with Max on this one. So right, so here's my pitch idea for Izuku, who's quirkless but still becomes a hero, but he's also a quirk analyst, right? So he starts off as quirk analyst, works out a fucking shit ton, right? You know, learns like 19 different fucking fighting styles, right? And then like
Yeah.
his fights all turn into you rely on your left foot, kicks out knee, smashes elbow, you know, fucking like chops him in the liver, and then like the guy collapses because he noticed that like he favors his, you know, left side after using his quirk because it must like, you know, contract the muscles there too much or some shit. Like
So
Or
Batman,
like you've got,
Yeah.
like you've got 10 arms, but
We-
because of the space,
Yeah.
I can't actually get behind your back and grab if I stand in this one
We have
spot.
we
Yeah.
have a precedent for this, by the way.
literally Batman, yeah.
Yeah. Night-Eye.
No,
Night-Eye.
in My Hero, Vigilantes.
Night-Eye.
Oh, we do?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
In
there's a
Vigilantes.
dude. He's a quirkless dude because he had his quirk stolen. It's
Okay.
like, all right,
Oh, Knuckle Duster. Knuckle
Knuckle
Duster.
Duster. He's like, all right,
Overclock.
I'm gonna bulk up, get me some electrified knuckles, and I'm just gonna start beating the shit out of villains, causing issues.
Mm-hmm.
And he just goes toe to toe, just with
Yeah.
pure technique and his time from being a speedster. Like he kept
Mm.
some of his analytical reflexes,
Yeah.
and he
Yeah.
makes use of that. It's like cool. Izuku can just do that, but with his Sherlock levels of analysis and observation.
Yeah.
And then all the
That he
different
should have
fighting
that.
styles work together to let him take advantage
Yeah.
of any sort of, you know.
Yeah.
And
Like, I fucking-
Izuku goes MMA while
Like,
he's doing
I
that.
wish that was a thing, but instead, every single time it looks like it's going that, they go, oh, by the way, here's mate, it's gonna be power armor, we're making Iron Man Izuku, fuck you.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
every time. I know. Yeah.
You don't need that though. Like
every
we've got the
time. And I
precedent
was-
that a normal quirkless person with sufficient technique and
Can
strength
fight,
can
and-
just go toe to toe with people with
Yeah.
quirks
Yeah.
because they
And
they
it's not even-
rely
and not
on
even-
their quirks
and
too
th-
much.
Yeah, and it's not even weak quirks, like strong quirks that you think, oh shit, we need a top hero. Knuckle Duster's just there, like, I have fist.
Yeah. Well, it's not even that. It's like, so there's that AO3 story that I really liked with the fucking the year 1 test where Izuku has to pretend to be a
Class Warfare, the
Class Warfare, yeah.
one that the sequel went really fucking shit and spread out to like 4 authors. That was really bad. All
yeah.
4.
It was bad across the floor, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Class Warfare where Izuku has to pretend to be the Kingpin.
Mastermind.
Yeah, he spends the entire well, it was literally Kingpin. It was literally
that's it.
Kingpin.
I was thinking of a different one.
Yeah, you're thinking of Mastermind. I know.
Yeah.
You literally had to spend this entire fucking story where he's, you know, he knows their weaknesses, he knows his team's weaknesses and strengths, and he sets up every single fight that happens throughout the entire story to happen a certain way. These people are gonna lose, these people are gonna win. I want these people to win and lose because that puts them in this position, which then lets this happen, which I can then take advantage of to make this happen. And then by the end of the story,
I want this person to get captured. I want this
yeah,
person to be captured.
literally,
while having this little hair.
It was like it was like reading a psych or like an old school Sherlock Holmes sort of story where he puts together this entire plan, and then right at the end he actually starts explaining what his whole plan was and why these things happened the way they did. Because when you were reading it originally, you're like, oh my god, this person lost, how is Izuku going to recover from this now? This, like, you know, he was supposed to have this plan that would make them win, and it's like, actually part of his plan was them losing. And it's like, oh shit, oh fuck, you know, like.
Yeah, like, this was when we didn't have 1Bs, all of their quirks, so the mushroom chick was like, hey, even my body is mushrooms, time to rip off my arms when I'm captured.
Yeah, like, there was a whole bunch of shit that, like, the author did an amazing job at, because they were just, they knew how to write a story like that, and it was great. And it really showed that Izuku could reliably, believably in character, without, and I'm sorry, sign, your beta is fucking retarded. He might be a great
Yeah.
beta, but he is a dog shit author. Because he's like, oh, well, the only way to save Izuku from being Izuku is to give him more childhood trauma. And I'm like, it's not, though.
No, it's not.
There's so many
What
ways.
happens if you give Izuku more childhood trauma?
So basically, his idea
like
of
mom-
making a in-character Izuku was by giving Izuku the ability to summon Pokemon / Digimon, but not literally Pokemon Digimon, but like creatures that were like Pokemon Digimon, and
so that he doesn't get sued by Game Freak
and
all
then
that.
he would summon these creatures, and then Bakugo would explode them, and Izuku only changed his behavior because he noticed the creatures shying away from Bakugo after he resummoned them, and that made him realize that they weren't one-time summons. And so he was like, oh no, Bakugo is evil for exploding these creatures. And then that's how he changed.
That's retarded.
Yes.
Because Bakugo bullied kids that did the exact same thing as those animals, and Izuku didn't care because he thought, oh, he's going to be a great hero because of his quirk.
Yes.
And mindset. And
yes.
And like, that's just fucking retarded. Cute little animals isn't going to change Izuku's mind about Bakugo. He's a loser.
I know.
Yeah, Canon Izuku is kind of retarded.
Kinda.
Kind of very retarded.
Yeah. But yeah, that was Chin Lamp's idea of how to fix it. I'm like, that's whatever.
Yeah. Worst thing Rogue Druid ever did was fucking outsourcing and delegating the sequel to other authors.
I don't think they did it on purpose. I think a bunch of people started up a bunch of people wrote inspired by sequels, and then he was like, oh well, I want to write the original sequel.
Yeah, except a whole bunch of people did it with crossovers with the actual canon MHA.
Oh god, that was the dumbest ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's all pretend to be gay and then secretly realize we're all gay.
Yeah.
That was the dumbest
one. The worst bit is that Rogue Druid approved of it. They shielded that fic.
Yeah, I know they shielded it. I know. Yeah. Like, they had the potential for being really cool, right? Like, and it did. Yeah, but before it became this whole gay thing, it actually had the potential for being really cool, because, like, everyone was going around calling Izuku Kingpin instead of Deku, and everyone, like, in the class was, like, deferring to him for, like, you know, something happens. All of the class warfare versions of the characters would defer to Kingpin for whatever happens.
And everyone was looking at it and was like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, and then the fucking canon class was all like, what?
Especially because apparently the one that went to the canon world, was after All For One apparently kidnapped Izuku because he got interested in him as Kingpin. And we're like, well, why don't you write more than 4 chapters of that so we can see what fucking happens?
That might have been one of the other ones, but no, that wasn't the one I read.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no,
so
it was literally...
I thought in the last chapter I read, the Kingpin Izuku told regular Izuku that Katsuki wasn't the only one All For One was interested in to take.
I mean, yeah, maybe the author like jammed it in. I stopped reading the second they were like, "Hey guys, let's play a prank on our canon characters by pretending we're all gay." Yeah, that was like, no,
yeah, that
not
was a
here
bit
for
after
that.
I went like 1 or 2 chapters after that.
Which apparently being gay is a choice according to this author.
Yeah.
So, you know, take from that what you will.
Yeah, very late 90s of him.
Yeah. I've seen people raving over the Lord of Mysteries story apparently being written in Chinese and poorly translated. All right. Well, let's see what that story is.
That's not one of the ones we've looked at before.
No.
Lord of the Mysteries. No.
Okay, Reddit, educate us. Why
Oh, no.
everyone should read Lord of Mysteries, my #1 Chinese translated web novel. It is the
Yeah.
most... so we're going to start off this argument with an appeal to popularity logical fallacy.
Excellent.
Of
You
course.
should read it because it's the most popular web novel.
I mean, yeah, it's the most popular web novel because it's written by Xi Jinping. China has to
And-
read it or die.
It's got 26 million views and 4,500 plus ratings. So that's one appeal to popularity. It's got another followed up by another appeal to popularity, saying it's the top ranked web novel, and a third appeal to popularity, saying it's the most liked web novel.
The thing is, though, it's on web novel, so it's fucking
Yeah.
trash.
The issue here, though, is you're saying
Like,
this is the
we talk-
finest feces of the pile.
The thing is, though, when people rank fanfiction fucking websites, we don't talk about Wattpad, but no one ever brings up web novel because of how shit it is. It's like even more forgotten middle child.
There is a reason why every single story that ever becomes legit rewrites their story once they leave web novel.
Yep.
Reminds me when I stopped reading Overlady, we are fighting because we grew up in a heteronormative society, said the demon from hell. Oh, yeah, or Scorpion did include that in there, yeah, I also...
What is this woke garbage?
Yeah. So, way back, I'm gonna ask you to age yourself here, about 10 years ago...
15.
Back when
16.
Familiar of Zero was popular.
Oh no.
Oh, this is the Overlady. The
Oh, no,
Overlady
don't
story
tell
where she
Gray.
finds the
Oh,
fucking
no.
tower.
A fan fiction
Oh.
by Earth Scorpion
Oh.
called Overlady, in which Luis is in an AU world where Overlord, that really cartoony Xbox game,
With the goblins.
Yes.
The good
Also on
Overlord. Yes.
PS2, and it was actually
Also
really
on
fun to
Steam.
play.
I don't
because
care
it
what
was being
Sony is.
evil.
It's
So
a great
anyway,
game.
that game
You
on the
could-
Xbox,
It was
Steam,
better
bro.
than Fable because you could act evil and it actually let you be evil instead of forcing you to follow the hero fucking storyline.
yes.
I kept seeing this thing popped up and
Yes.
never actually read it.
Yeah, well, okay, look.
Oh,
So
yeah,
like the
it's
first
not-
like
it's
the
not
first like
satirical.
50 chapters were actually really well done. So like they actually meshed the world of Overlord into Familiar Zero quite well.
Really well.
And then they just fucking lost the plot at some point, and Luis started like traveling through the ethereal dream nether realm, and like confronting her sisters in alternate realities or some shit, and it just got really dumb and weird. And so I kind of, and they also switched from a rapid update rate to a really slow update rate of, I legitimately thought it was dead multiple times, and so I just stopped
Yeah,
reading
I
it.
remember that. I remember that. I think I started reading it when it had like 36 chapters or something.
Yeah.
And then I stopped, came back like 6 months later, it still had 36. I was like, oh, thank God I stopped that like halfway through. It looks like it's dead. I recently saw it again with like 60 or more, and I was like, when the fuck did that come back alive?
Yeah, eldest sister is some sort of evil vampire, and she fights a unicorn. Yeah. Yeah, he did a lot of subversion of Familiar Zero lore later on, and it got really stupid and dumb. And like, yeah, and like Catabri or whatever her name, Catalea, I think Catalea. Yeah, she was like, yeah, she was some sort of like animal charmer because she was actually a vampire, and she turned all of the animals that she kept into familiars, which is why she was able to tame so many.
Yeah.
And yeah, and Henry. Okay, so Henrietta actually being a descendant of like a super lich, and so she becomes a necromancer. Actually very funny, actually well done, good laughs, good jokes. Louise trying to be the hero the whole time while being evil because she thought that the nobility was corrupt and bloated. Again, very funny.
It's also the start is good because she fails to summon a familiar.
Yeah.
She doesn't summon the tower. She doesn't summon herself to it. She just fails and runs away, and then finds the tower hidden in like a mountain or something.
Yeah, something like that. It actually had a lot of good lore going on inside it for a long time, and then it just.
But then the author got so used to having a popular fic, they didn't know how to end it, so they just kept going with the worst.
Yeah.
Ideas.
Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah. So anyway, what makes Lord of Mysteries so popular is what I'm going to discuss here. Synopsis. With rising tide of steam power and machinery, who can come close to being Beyonder? Okay. Shrouded in fog of history and darkness, who or what is evil lurking that murmurs into our ears? Waking up to be faced with string of mysteries, Zao Margarini finds himself reincarnated as Klein Monterietti in an alternate Victorian-era world where he sees world filled with machinery, and then goes on to list a shit ton of different machinery. As well as potions, divinations, hexes, tarot cards, and sealed artifacts. The light continues to shine, but mystery is never gone far. What? Follow Klein as he finds himself entangled in the churches of the world, Orthodox and the unorthodox church. The unorthodox.
Bruh.
Okay.
Bruh. Come on. No.
While he slowly developed newfound powers thanks to Beyonder potions, like corresponding tarot card The Fool, which is number 0, a number of unlimited potential. This is the legend of The Fool. This is an action-adventure, drama, fantasy, historical, horror, mature mystery, psychological, sentence, supernatural story.
Got categories in there?
It's got 1,394 chapters.
Of course it does.
Well, of course, why wouldn't it?
Look. This sounds stupid. It sounds uninteresting. It sounds bloated. Okay, so basically, a guy who normally cultivates ends up in a Renaissance steampunk world where Italy somehow is Europe, and all of the Renaissance art about, sci-fi vehicles is real. Okay, fine. Also, somehow he unlocks super secret powers that no one else can, and then cultivates them, which makes them even more super secret because all the people that did unlock the powers didn't know they were supposed to cultivate them like he does, and he can only do it because he has ancient Chinese wisdom, which is superior to Western wisdom, and also...
is the ancient Chinese wisdom eating your own civilians? Is that how you grow them?
Yes, I mean, it is part of cultivation to eat your own civilians, I suppose.
Actually, yes, that is part of cultivation. Not only eating civilians, but eating other cultivators.
Yeah,
depending on the story.
Most basic cultivation method.
So anyway, The Fool is not a card of unlimited potential. The Fool symbolizes the embrace of a new beginning, the expansion of a horizon, and the willingness to take risks. It represents innocence and excitement, akin to adventuring into uncharted territory with an open heart. Drawing the Fool card can mean many things depending on the setting you are drawing it into. In a romantic setting, it might mean you are on the verge of a new romance. The Fool is usually considered a positive tarot card because of its new beginnings and infinite potential. Okay, so that is part of it here that's from specifically the Astro Talk website instead of the history of the Fool website. So
yeah. So why are we just talking about a story that's just Chinese persona?
Yeah, that's what I was about
that's
to
pretty
say.
much yeah, pretty much what it is.
That's it. It's Chinese persona. I expected to find it in the Shin Megami Tensei section instead of the
Now,
persona section.
this is the most real part, and this is the part that I would take over the Astro Talk woo-woo bullshit of what the Fool translates as. I would take this definition more, because this is called tarotstudy.info. The traditional meaning of the Fool card is literal, interpreting foolishness, impulsiveness, and generally bad decision-making, but it can be the beginning of a new hero as they must take a leap of faith. So,
makes sense, as in you were played for a fool or something along those lines and had to work your way out of it. It's the beginning of a story.
Yeah, quite literally, it's the beginning of a story. And so it's like, okay, you know, I don't like the infinite potential understanding, because that would literally mean either A, other people in the world can also draw the Fool from a tarot deck and become infinite potential as well, or only he somehow had the Fool get drawn on him, making him the super special chosen one.
I mean, super special chosen one is basically Zia in a nutshell.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, it's the super special chosen one.
Don't play this while streaming. Yeah, fair enough. Just remember, if the ATF ever bothers you, ask them if they're wearing level 4 plates.
Yes.
Yeah, tarots tell a story. Yeah. Wildbow has posted another essay.
No.
The topic is writing what you know.
Oh god. Can you just shut the fuck up already?
No,
What
he
does that
Why-
no
Hold up.
Wildbow's next story is just him writing essays about writing.
Oh fuck.
Oof.
An author self-insert as an author.
How about
Let's
you
not
sell
get too
insert
meta
into the
here.
tower?
Alright, I'm gonna grab some water and we'll read this.
Let's know.
What the hell happened to Sneaky? Why is he grabbing water?
It's actually vodka. Well, you know, Twitch TOS.
It's Russian water.
Ah.
I mean, vodka does literally mean water of life or some shit like that.
Yes.
Yes, because you need it in your life.
Exactly.
More like it's because all Russians drink. It's all the Russians drink.
The water freezes too fast that they have to drink vodka.
Or dilute the water with vodka.
Alright. What's Sign saying oh yes to? Oh, Phoenix was saying.
Don't drink water because it.
The character he vibes the most with ends up running a bookstore where some books weren't written in her world and takes in a bunch of troubled teens.
Wow, bro, are you trying to tell us something here, buddy? Tell us sus there.
Anyway, let's see here. Essay by Wildbow, the Worm author, among other stories. All less important than Worm.
Which he hates.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's great.
Well deserved.
Yeah. No, he hates the fact that people like Worm.
He hates the fact that he's not most of the world.
Okay.
Yeah, they hate the fact that none of his other things are popular, so.
This essay has spoilers from my works, so if you're spoiler averse, I've been thinking about trying to put my thoughts into words for this one. And the working title is the essay I'm most likely to regret writing.
You don't regret them all.
In my last essay, I talked about my process. There's a reason I settled on specific characters for the examples. The reason the click for worm was what it was. Yeah, the click for worm is there's a lot of people out there that like superhero stories that were a little bit darker. Because back when you released Worm, back in 2014,
Mm.
9 years ago,
Ugh, cursed.
the reason why people liked Worm back in 2014 is because back in 2014, Hollywood was still just absolutely absurdly obsessed with making everything noble bright.
Yeah, and happy ending.
Everything got a happy ending. Everything was all good, cheery, and fun. And people were like, yeah, okay, well, I want something a little bit different.
Yeah, let's go for a bit more darker. That I realize is actually.
And then everything went darker and grittier.
That fucking meme. Yeah, 100% this meme.
Yes.
That's him.
Please read Pale, it's my best work. The only book you've written is Worm.
What a shame.
I'm saving that meme. I gotta keep that. I gotta keep that. Oh my god, that is so good. Oh, yoink.
Oh god, that is funny.
Oh,
It's true though.
oh, that's great. That put a smile on. Yeah, that put a smile on my face. I'm gonna go grab more rum to go
Yep.
with it. How have
Um,
I missed a canopy tackle 4 times in a row? God fucking damn it.
Actual skill issue.
yeah.
Yeah.
Worm has a decade of story drafts that precede it, a graveyard of failed ideas that could never get off the ground. I figured out the issue in my writing routine that was making me run aground. I was reading web serials on and off around then, and I thought having a schedule would make it work. That left me at a weird point, though. I literally had over 100 failed story drafts, and how do you pick what works from out all of that? I had a few ideas for powers and people with powers I could dwell on. I liked taking the powers that were boring or overdone and giving them a twist, or taking powers that were given to C-list one-shot villains. Your Condiment Kings, Darkness Controllers, Flying Bricks, and Bug Swarm Controllers. Up until the day I started putting Worm down on the WordPress site, I had a conception of the setting where magic also existed and aliens crashed into the North Pole. To be fair, that would have been kind of cool. Leaving a crater filled with material that was prized for costumes due to its durability. I mean, that's, okay. Yeah, I would have got the North Pole so I could have a strong costume.
Yeah, no, the military would have seized that and made tanks out of it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The adage of write what you know comes to mind, which is why I wrote Taylor.
Other.
Okay. I was a guy, and my bullies were guys, so I understood what it was like to be bullied as a girl by girls.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh,
That's entirely
even.
different.
That's very different, sir. There are completely different, I can't remember. I hate when it's this late at night. There are very different dynamics
Yeah.
between those two roles.
Oh, but Max, don't you understand? They socially bullied him. That's just like a girl.
You know, I think there are people that I knew in middle school that wish the bullies would have left it at just social bullying.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I cannot get over the fact that he's just like, I was bullied as a child by guys, being a guy myself, and their bullying was quite of a social nature as well, which is what the women do. So therefore, I know what it's like to be bullied as a woman. Unintentionally based wild bow is my favorite.
This man has no fear. He's so confident in his wrongness.
It's great.
I wish I had that kind of confidence in life.
This guy is something else, let me tell you. Oh, God. Anyway, okay. It was my chance to take my experiences and translate them to the page. Also, he's also bullied by Canadian men.
I was as well been bullied by women.
So, my favorite part about all of this so far, without him saying anything more, is that he legitimately said, I was bullied in a Canadian school by Canadian boys as a Canadian boy myself, which means I know how American girls would bully an American girl in America.
Lol.
Because that's the same thing.
Sure thing.
You guys won't read his other works, so it's not as bad, but after this essay, you'll never see anything else that he writes the same ever again. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I kind of don't care, to be honest. I'm not going back to Worm.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at his newer stuff
Oh, no.
because
Yeah.
I'm never starting Worm. I have not. I will not. You cannot make me touch that fucking.
you're
garbage.
not missing.
I have
Honestly,
never read.
you've
never read
heard all
Worm
the coolest shit
Yeah.
secondhand
Oh, yeah,
by
no.
this point.
Yeah.
Like
I wouldn't be interested either way because Worm is pretty much just cape shit
Yeah.
modernized,
Yeah.
and I will never
like
touch cape shit.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, concept of the Endbringers, kind of cool.
Yeah.
They're wasted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The concept of like,
Well,
oh yeah, this
sure.
little quantum computer with an infinitely dense core that just holds back because that's its current programming objective. Great, I like that idea. It didn't go anywhere. You did nothing with it. And then you drop to us. There are 20 more Endbringers.
Yeah.
And do nothing with it
Yeah.
because it wasn't important to the plot at all. We didn't need to know how many more there were. You could just be like, oh yeah, 2 more popped up now that they killed him. It's like, oh, that's a problem. And that would have been all you needed.
Anyway, so, but it wasn't just bullying.
Wait till
Other
you find out who
aspects.
Blackwell was.
Yeah, hold on. Shut the fuck up and let me read. Other aspects of Taylor's experience matched my own as well. Well, yeah, because you wrote them that way, but self-image,
Self-insert.
the struggle for validation, the relationship with her dad. Okay, so Taylor, we made fun of him for saying that Taylor might be a self-insert of his. He's literally coming out in this essay saying Taylor is literally him.
Woo.
Listen, some men say literally him is Ryan Gar says it's Taylor.
Yeah. My own experience was that bullying and isolation got to me, so I stopped going to school. And then a report card came. I got caught and I got in trouble, but no one did anything about it. The school made a couple calls home, but I deleted their messages on the answering machine. Yeah. The answering machine. Something anyone born before 2000s can know
Shut up,
about.
Sneaky.
Shut up, an answering machine. I have look. I will be unironic here. I have never seen a physical answering machine in my life.
Yeah, I've only seen leave a message after the beep.
Just
Yep.
you are not no. If you were born after 1990, don't talk to me, okay?
You know, I
What if I do
remember when
anyway?
it was kind of a big deal that the answering machine went from being an actual machine
Yeah.
to just being on the brand new wireless home phone.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
that was
right?
also a big innovation.
Yeah.
Remember when they went from rotary to digital touchtone?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
wait.
I
No,
do.
but I did get to use a rotary phone because my late grandparents had one.
We
Oh
had
yeah,
a,
the rotary phone, the funny toy we used to play with.
Yeah, we had a rotary phone in my home. Not my grandparents' home. My home.
I have never seen a plugged-in rotary phone.
I have
In my life.
used a rotary phone.
Have
I haven't
you
used
owned one? The old rotary phones were great because you could just
You
plug
were
them
there.
in. You fucking plug them in, they work. Oh, the power's out? Well, your phone still works.
Yeah.
Unlike, these days, power's out? Well, battery's dead on your phone? Well, you're fucked. You can't talk to anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
You
how
can
it
still
be.
get a landline if you want. I just don't know how difficult it'll be.
It depends on where you are and if the plant is still there physically. Because they've dug a lot of it up, or they've just destroyed where the pedestals were connected, and instead they're running everything over like cable. RJ45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, everyone involved was preoccupied with their own lives. I started school the next year and started skipping almost immediately and got caught at the end again. The woman who came in once every 2 weeks to check on my hearing aids and making sure my needs were met, called an itinerant teacher, caught me in a lie, and that was that. She was the same person who pointed me to alternative schooling, but at that stage, I'm moving away from my parallels with Taylor.
How did this motherfucker not get failed for truancy or arrested, or his parents arrested?
Canadian.
Well, I mean, there's always the obvious he could just be lying through his fucking teeth.
Yeah, he also could be
Right.
lying to his teeth. Yeah, it's true. Aside from those, also BT dubs, as they say, you also had to probably be pretty fucking smart, because back then you couldn't just go online and look up the answers to your homework. But if you were somehow capable of lying to someone who was checking on you once every single week, which means you had to have your homework done, or you had to have 52 excuses as to why you didn't. I don't know, man. You're adding layers to this story that's kind of making it really hard to believe.
Well, it could be like mine. Like, I actually skipped a bit, but the trick is, you show up for the first class and then just school, they don't do anything about it.
Or, you
Literally
can
leave the
just
school
do what
grounds,
I do,
walk off.
right? And you show up to class and then go to bed.
You get your parents called if you sleep in class, usually. Sneaky?
No.
No, not really. That depends entirely on the teacher.
Yeah.
Like,
You see,
hysterical.
I practice the ancient art of making all of the teachers like me a lot. And so I basically never got in trouble, because I kept like a solid B-ish average overall across the board. And so I just got away with sleeping in class every single day in every single class.
Fair.
And You know, I did other shit, like I wanted to wear a hat in school, so I went to the principal and I was like, hey, principal, you should let me wear a hat in school. And he's like, you raise a good argument. You can wear a hat in school.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah. Mine was literally just if I showed up for the first class, they put me as there for the whole day. So if I jumped the fence and walked off, they didn't care.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, look, I live super rural. Like, super
Yeah.
rural, as in, like, we shared a postal service with the 3 nearby towns, super rural.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there wasn't anything for me to jump the fence to do.
Yeah. Fair. I would do it to go to the library because I didn't have internet in a poverty
See,
house.
I just went to the
I would
library
go there.
in the school.
Nah, so I went to the library to use the computers and go online because I lived in a poverty house that didn't have internet.
Yeah,
So
my library also had computers, so I just, again,
my school library didn't.
yeah,
Shit.
we did, and I would just read a shit ton of manga on them and play Quake Arena.
Yeah. The weird thing is, my primary school, my first schooling, had computers in the library. My second one didn't. They had computer classrooms, so they didn't have to put any computers in the library for anything they taught.
Yeah, no, we had a lot of computers because rich people lived in the area because it was super rural, and so they would donate to the school pretty often, and so the school had a lot of tech. But we were also extremely poor and couldn't afford paper. And people were like, "Oh, well, we need to pay teachers more." And this is why I always hate the fucking teachers argument of like, "Oh, we need to pay teachers more." And it's like, dude, my school could barely pay my teachers. We had so little money that we had to charge people to do after school activities so we could pay the teachers. We had to charge we literally didn't have paper. We were told to bring paper in from home if we wanted to print something because we didn't have paper, and teachers couldn't do handouts because we didn't have paper to print them on. And like we were so
They
poor.
say they want to pay teachers more. They
Yeah.
say they want to pay teachers more. Well, then you should donate to the school so they can pay teachers more. No,
Oh,
they should just
absolutely
pay
they
teachers
should.
more.
And
Here's the-
like
I agree that we need to pay teachers more, but that's because I think we need to invest more money in schools
Oh,
and
absolutely,
maybe
yeah.
Yeah,
not
because
fuck over
literally
critical
every
thinking.
teacher you know has a side business or second thing that they're doing. To
Yeah,
make
yeah,
money.
no, don't get me
No
wrong.
teacher has.
Yeah.
I support the idea of paying teachers more. What I don't support is the fact that like this money the thing is that this money has to come from somewhere.
From somewhere.
And
Yeah.
let me tell you, the schools don't have the money.
No.
No,
And
they don't.
the reason why the schools don't have the money is because there is, again, it's literally the boomers. I'm not even like, this is not like it's the boomers. It's literally the boomers. So basically, the boomers had their kids go through school, and then for the next 40 fucking years, every single time, every single time elections came around for the local city ordinances, they would vote and lower the school budget because their kid already went. Why should they pay into it?
Yep, because they're too fucking stupid to realize that other people were paying for their kids.
Well, see, here's the thing. You're talking about local school budgets. That's only part of it. In the U.S., there's already federal grants and payments that mean the U.S. in aggregate spends more on students, spends more per student head than any other country in the world.
Oh, I know.
Problem, fundamentally, I think, is that you're not necessarily describing an educational system. You're describing an administrative and bureaucratic apparatus, rather than perhaps pay teachers more, perhaps hire less administrators or less systemic bloat.
No,
And I would
okay,
say
there was Okay, there was actually very little bloat. Like, okay, there was like 3 secretaries in my school, and my school had like a total of like 1,500 kids. So that's a pretty good balance, all things considered. And they weren't getting
Sure, but
paid
we're
a lot to
talking.
do it either.
Yeah, no, we're talking the in general terms, not necessarily specific terms. After
I,
all, the
I,
individual can always go
Right,
outside of the
I know, but my
boundaries there.
point is that my school was super fucking poor, and all of the federal loans pretty much just went towards keeping the school running and not like improving the school, not fixing the school, not improving the education. Like, we were
That's a
using
light problem.
books from 1980. Okay, well, like our math books and science books and history books were like from 1980, and it was like the final year of school. Someone donated like the 2005 book series to all those classes.
Trust me, those books from the 80s were actually better than the later books because the later ones were revised, went through historical revisionism.
I
The math was fucked up.
That's not the point, though. The point is that my school was so
Literally couldn't
poor,
afford books.
we couldn't afford new books. We couldn't afford to pay the teachers more. We had acreages of land near the school that the school just started growing sod on and selling because that's how poor the school was, is that they were trying to grow grass to keep up with payments. So
Yeah.
it wasn't a case of like, oh, well, there's also federal funding. Like, together, the local funding and federal funding should be supporting the school properly, and there's just a bunch of corruption. And I'm sure there's corruption. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's corruption. I'm sure there's bloat in other places. The problem was in my local area. Yeah, the problem was that in my local area, I mean, look, my school ran a fucking chop shop as well, okay? Like, we were desperate for money, and people started looking other directions just so we could keep the school running, okay? So, the problem wasn't any of that in terms of my school. We weren't in an inner city school, so we didn't have all the corruption issues. We just didn't have any money because a large portion of our tax-paying base was a bunch of fucking boomers, and every single time the budget for the school came up, they would slash it by 20%. Every single time for 50 years. The school budget was non-existent.
Where was this?
The middle of nowhere, New Jersey.
Okay. So were there a lot of retired people who simply lived in the area but didn't necessarily have any investment in it?
Well, no, what it was is all the boomers that lived in look, my area was the sort of area that you're like, oh yeah, my great-great-grandfather owned this house. That's what my sort of area was. Is like these families lived here, grew up here, had kids here, died here, their kids' grew up and died here. Like, there's not a lot of movement. Like, it's only in the past like 10-20 years that a lot of movement has been occurring because we actually started getting paved roads in the area I lived in, so people started selling their homes for lots of money because of the housing boom.
I suppose
But
the only
yes, we had
policy
we had a massive retiree population who voted to cut the school budget because their kids were no longer in school, so why should they pay for it?
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about is an internal conflict within the tax base itself, the tyranny of the majority situation.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying though. It's just it's it's completely different issue. It's like we're not Chicago where $1 million being donated turns into a $1 one-time pay increase for every teacher.
And that's not even necessarily the fault of the necessarily the fault of the school administration. I mean, if you're on a sinking ship and someone hands you a thimble and tells you to start bailing water, you can use the thimble as best as possible, but it's not going to make a lot of progress.
Yeah, but the thing is with Chicago specifically is historically there is the running joke of, person donates $10 million. The news announces that all 1 million of these dollars will be used to benefit the community. The community leader announces that all $10,000 will be used to benefit the community, and then a little sign goes up saying, "We thank you for the donation of $100."
Yeah.
I got you, man. This is just my personal experience. Having family that worked in the school system where I live.
Yeah.
Is teachers are expected not necessarily to teach, but to be babysitters and to be therapists.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I know.
I think the only way to fix this problem is eliminate Common Core and attach all student funding to the student's head and allow parents to transfer funding as they transfer their child. So if you want your child to go to a private school nearby, that funding is automatically attached to the child, not the district.
I understand what you're saying. There's just a lot of issues with the whole fucking districting. I hate districting, by the way. It's the dumbest shit ever. A total districting death. I absolutely loathe people who make it their job to redistrict every single fucking week, just so they can get certain populations inside their zone, so they can get the funding for these kids, even though they're going to a different school, because technically they don't have to go to the school inside their district, but if they choose to go to a school outside their district, the parent gets subtly taxed even more, and the parent never really finds out about this until the IRS starts knocking on their door saying they owe taxes, and they're like, "What the fuck do you mean I owe taxes?" And then the buses don't show up anymore because they're in a different zone now, so the buses never show up now, and the parents don't understand what's going on, and it's only later out and they find out that their home has been redistricted for the 5th time. Yeah, I fucking hate that shit. I had to deal with that shit. I fucking hate it.
What you described is literally Kafkaesque. That is, it is the system you confused so that you cannot change it, which is ultimately largely the purpose of a lot of these offices, because there's a huge amount of money on the line for meeting certain thresholds, and so you're describing perverse incentives or the consequences.
What I'm describing is literally gamifying a system and then being shocked when people play the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't even necessarily say it's shocked. I would say, yes, you as the citizen, you as the taxpayer, you as the child, certainly not the people doing it.
No, the people doing it aren't shocked, but I mean, here's the thing: is the parents voted for it, the grandparents voted for it, all the citizens voted for it, not understanding what it was because they didn't believe in the purpose of being a voter, which was originally the reason why we had voting being restricted to landowning men, is because landowning men would be the most impacted by any vote that occurs. And so the assumption
represents the family union.
Well, yes, but also the assumption that the landowning man, being the most impacted by whatever occurs, would be the most educated on whatever is going to impact him.
And would take in the most interest and actually research what's.
And this worked for a long time until we gave everyone the right to vote no matter what. Except men. Men, you have to go die for your country, then you get the right to vote. Everyone else gets the right to vote no matter what.
Yeah.
And then people just stopped caring. They looked to the not even like the TV. They look to the fucking papers that tell them how to vote.
Yeah.
No one became an educated voter anymore, and so they all voted for systems that were stupid and took advantage of them.
Yeah,
and then they were shocked.
Why would you spend 2 or 3 hours of your time becoming educated on a topic when you probably will never interact with it, never care enough to try to interact with it, and you're probably just going to vote tribal party lines anyways.
Well, voting for
It's-
tribe is easier than being educated.
Yes, being educated is difficult. It takes time and energy.
Yes. Speaking
No
of,
one has the attention.
so does reading this essay. I had one teacher that would be called good. Apparently everyone does. And she left partway through the school year to become a principal. The rest of the time, it felt like hostile, like the teachers were bullies. Okay, now to be fair to him, this is a common issue, so I'll let it pass. I get a teacher, and
Well,
right
I mean,
away...
hey, now we know this is not and Mr. Gladly, the teachers in fucking Worm. We know where those came from now.
Yep. I get a new teacher, and it felt like they hated me. To be fair, you did skip school a bunch, and probably didn't
Didn't pay attention in class.
Yeah.
Didn't put in effort.
So you
were a
probably
bad student,
looked
so
like a
why
little
would they
piece of
care?
shit. And you said hearing aids, which also probably means you have a hearing disability, which means knowing you and how you're phrasing and framing everything so far, you probably used that disability as an excuse quite often.
Oh, no doubt.
100%.
I will say this. I think that's a smidge uncharitable, and I think that's a post facto explanation, especially based on Wildbow's current political persuasion. I know one
Political-
major problem that my mother in particular had is she had a lot of special needs students, and that doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily mean physically or
Oh,
mentally
yeah,
disabled.
I know.
Physically disabled.
Yeah.
And you get a situation where they fall behind for one reason or another, and then they get frustrated, and it just makes everything worse.
Mhm.
So, I could see that having a big impact, especially on his relationship with other teachers, and it's a spiral,
I'm
But
not.
in
Yes,
school,
I
they
am
constantly-
projecting onto Wildbow, but that is also because in my school system we had several deaf students who had hearing aids who would use their disability as an excuse as to why they weren't paying attention in class. And they would also complain about how the teachers were against them and no one ever helps them at the same time.
When in reality, they're getting a whole bunch of money, equipment, and resources thrown at them.
Yes.
I've dealt with these
so-
people.
And also, you can't forget Alvor, that Wildbow admitted that he would not go to school for days at a time. He would just skip the entire time.
Yeah.
At all, and then he decided, just because I'm not a good student, they don't like me. It's like,
Yeah.
Of course they don't. If I was a teacher, I'd fucking hate you too.
And then all of that on top of that, you're also entering. Again, this is my people watching that I'm putting to use here. So am I projecting? Yes, but am I also projecting a probably highly accurate analysis? Also yes. He says he's going in and he feels like every new teacher hates him immediately. He is projecting on that teacher his previous relations with previous teachers who he intentionally snubbed, ignored, and abused the relationship of teacher-student with. So he's projecting onto these new teachers that he already doesn't like them, and the teachers, being humans, can tell when a student doesn't like them, and they don't like that student. And then the student starts to do the behaviors that made the other teachers not like him, and so they actually don't like the student now, instead of just, assuming that they're probably not going to like this student. And then, wow, the teacher seems to hate me. I don't understand why.
Well, now, to be fair here, teachers do talk, so those teachers probably came in going, wow, this Wildbow fucker keeps skipping class, he's a little asshole, I should watch
it really
him.
depends. So, it really depends on what he means by new. Does he mean new as in he walks into a new class and this is a new teacher, or does he mean he walks into an old class and this is a new teacher? We don't know the definition of what new is here.
Also, Sneaky, too based on the hot takes, crashed my boomer computer.
Amazing. It is what it is. The CIA was listening. They had to shut it
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
But no, I get what you're saying, man. I suppose I see it a little bit differently, but I also probably am being more charitable in general here.
You also have to include the fact here that while Bo writes what he knows, and he's even admitting to it in this essay, and if you take a look at his greater works, he clearly has a massive issue with authority. And if this is his deep-seated views that he doesn't realize are his views, that he's writing them in such a way that when people pointed out to him that everyone was holding the idiot ball, he would respond with, "I don't understand. What do you mean?" These are his heavy biases going into his writing in a way that this is how he understands the world. And so if you take that into consideration when he says, "Oh, all the teachers hated me immediately," he's clearly got massive authority issues and is projecting onto every new teacher. Because that's what all of his written works were about, was him projecting his issues with authority figures onto the authority figures in his works.
Yes. Also, yes, teachers do talk, and what is your opinion going to be of a kid when every other teacher tells you, yeah, he's not in 4 days a week, and he fucks off halfway through the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
What's your opinion of that kid going to be? It's like, oh, he's already a lost cause, isn't he?
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't even bother trying.
Your opinion's going to be that kid's a fucking asshole because you still have to deal with that kid's parents, and your boss is going, "Why the fuck is this kid failing?"
Why is he skipping?
Apparently didn't know. The kid's parents didn't know until the report card came in and was like, "Well, why isn't he here half the school days?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?" He didn't hear that, and then he has to admit, "Oh, I deleted the messages off the answering machine."
Yeah.
See, that's an even bigger issue actually, because that's a legal issue. If your kid isn't in school, you can go to jail.
Yeah.
In America.
Well, in America, you gotta keep in mind he's Canadian.
In Canada.
Many years later, when I was working in a grocery store, I ran into the other good itinerant teacher, and she told me how the teachers at school would spend most of their time in the teacher's lounge bad-mouthing problem students. Well, yes. I mean, look. As an IT guy, I spend a lot of my time bad-mouthing our problem clients. Shit-talking the client is a way of coping because you know, as an IT person, as a teacher, as whatever, is that the person you are serving, you can't bad-mouth them or you are going to lose your job. So when they leave, you sit there with all the other people who have to deal with that piece of shit, and you go, "Wow, aren't they a piece of shit? They make me so pissed off. I am so glad I never have to see them in person, because if I did, I would go to jail for crimes."
Yeah.
So bad-mouthing problem students is not an issue. It's an issue when you start fucking taking it out on the student without ever fucking meeting them in the first place and realizing that all the other teachers are absolutely right. Same as if you are hearing everyone bitch about this one client, and then you get the client on the phone and you just start treating them like shit immediately, subtly of course, but treating them like shit immediately because you just heard they were bad. Don't do that. Obviously, that is bad. But
on the other hand, in Wildbow's case, they never even got a chance to meet him because he never showed up.
Yeah, because he never fucking showed up, so all they had to go on was all the other teachers saying this kid was a piece of shit. And then he never fucking shows up to class, and they're like, "Wow, I guess he was a piece of shit."
Yeah.
Wow, it's weird how that works. Anyway, particularly disabled ones or with English as a second language. Okay, again, I understand. 90s, okay? I was there in school in the 90s. I get it. Yes, the schools had historically a bad way of handling disabled students and students with special needs. Yes, did they usually shove them all into one singular class despite half of them being completely functional human beings who had no issues learning and they just had an issue with paying attention during class? Yes. Okay.
Oh, that was me.
However, again, that doesn't make it wrong for the teachers to complain about it. Because if you have to slow down the class for Johnny Appleseed because Johnny Appleseed decides to shove his fist up his nose and then eat boogers and then loudly talk about how his boogers taste, yes, it does get frustrating. Yes, slowing down your class material, having to rewrite your entire curriculum because one disabled student isn't able to keep up with the rest of the 30 other students you're teaching. Yes, it is frustrating. Completely understandable. Again, there's a line of taking it out on the student, but complaining about this, complaining about the working conditions is a completely understandable activity. Complaining about students who speak English second language is, again, completely understandable. Some of the worst clients I've ever had to help were English second language people.
I imagine it's even more difficult since you're dealing with technical terms. But
yeah, it's even more difficult because I'm dealing with technical terms over the phone, so they can't even point to the thing that's broken.
Yes.
So
Especially
yeah,
students. I know a teacher who hated this one student, but then he always felt bad because he knew it was the family's fault because they refused to speak English anywhere but at like the school or in public.
Mm-hmm.
So if they were around anyone that spoke English, that's like badly speak English, but then otherwise in the house it was like banned to speak English. So the teacher hated it, but felt bad because they knew the kid had no choice but to not get better at English.
Yeah.
I
So
will
his
say
family
this.
didn't want him speaking English.
This makes me actually specifically think about the relationship between Kidwin and Armsmaster and his general depiction of mentorships. And I forget
Yeah,
how
like
much.
Midwinds apparently got some weird attention thing or whatever, and Ozmaster was
ADHD.
like,
Yeah.
"Hey, it's your own
Mhm.
fault. It's your own fault." And then you see that, and it's like, I feel like that's not how it would have gone.
Okay.
Well, I don't think you'd have had Armsmaster actually interacting with children the way they did. The whole ward
No,
structure
they absolutely would not
is
have.
very,
No.
No, not even
it's
slightly.
very forced for the sake of justifying why you have sidekicks.
Okay, so as someone who worked for the state at a pre-employment age, so pre-18, I worked for the state in a job. What they did was they had handlers who would handle 1 or 2 children for this job, up to at maximum 4. Okay.
Mhm.
They did not have the children pool where one person would handle all of the children.
Yes, put
Yeah,
them on
no.
leashes like they're dogs.
Yeah, no, that's not how it was handled. It was handled in a very personal matter. You had one handler. They were your handler for your entire time of employment, which was typically 4 years for this job specifically. And
Especially not the OCD-ridden, selfish guy who only cares about doing the job and not actually anything else.
yeah, and the handlers were actually ridden pretty hard by the state because, again, we're dealing with children here in a somewhat dangerous job. So I actually can tell you how the state of New Jersey would have handled it, and it's like 100 times better than how Wildbow thinks the state would handle it. So again, this is his authority issues and him just not knowing how government shit works, which, to be fair, not a lot of people would know how the job I worked or how the state would handle children in such a way, because the state of New Jersey did this job exclusively. So this was...
Here's the other thing, though, is I think it's self-refuting because we know in canon, not just Youth Guard, but all the wards are supposedly going to regular therapy and under heavy psychological
They're
analysis.
supposed to be,
Yes, and it's funny because if I remember correctly, the only wards that actually get into any sort of fights that don't do PR shit is the Brockton Bay wards. Every other ward only does PR shit and like patrols in the exact safest place.
That's also because there's apparently no other villains besides in Brockton Bay.
Oh wait, no, the Chicago wards also got into some trouble, but then again, that was because Taylor was there, so they needed something to happen.
Exactly.
I will say
Yes,
this.
even the city with the fucking butcher, the wards never fought
Yep.
until Taylor got there.
Yep.
I just think it's so that part makes my head hurt because you establish that this is not normal for a setting. Why would anyone ever, under any circumstances, ever let their children join the Brockton Bay Awards if there was any other option?
Oh, because the gangs will hijack them.
Which is another thing.
I don't want to move away from the town that has the dragon and it's such a good place.
Yeah,
Well, it's not just the
like,
dragon. It's the dragon and the Nazis and Coil, and there's like 3 or 4
no.
minor gangs.
No one
And
it's
knows
like
about Coil,
okay.
and
Look,
No one cares
and
about
the merchants
Coil.
only
Yeah, no one cares
funny
about
enough,
Coil.
the merchants only really became a thing around the time Taylor.
But the thing is that the merchants aren't really even a thing. It's like everyone makes the merchants out to be like the big third gang, but what
no, they
it
were
was,
scum.
yeah, in reality, they were basically a decentralized scum force that just took up every nook and cranny that wasn't being controlled or wanted to be controlled by everyone else. Like no one fought the merchants for territory. They would move in and the merchants would leave.
Yeah, because the merchants were never strong enough to stand up to anyone else.
You know what I also hate? Apparently powers force you towards conflict fighting and only Brockton Bay wards fought. I was like, well, they'd snap, wouldn't they?
Yeah. The powers force you towards fighting. That's why there's no villains in any other city besides Brockton Bay, and the wards never fight in any other city. Yeah, it's like all of this conflict drive shit, except unless you're not in Brockton Bay.
Which
Are
think
you sure it's not just Taylor's existence and QA who administrates people to conflict?
But
it probably is.
But anyway, the point being is that I know how some government functions because I've worked in various government jobs, and I know how some private sector stuff functions because I worked in some private sector jobs that dealt with firearms and the usage of firearms, and I can tell you right now that if there was a city that was in a genuine state of falling, you would see the military rolling in, and B, you would literally see kill squads because that literally happened one time, and they actually boasted about this at one of the jobs I worked at. Is one of the employees got by a local gang in a city in Texas, and the company boasted about this in a letter that they sent their kill squad over and cleared the entire building with no survivors.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens when you kill someone in the biggest gang of all.
And they were like, oh yeah, the FBI just wanted to do a ride along to make sure we were only clearing that one building.
Yeah, I mean the state exists as a monopoly on the use of force. If there's something which threatens that, the state.
Oh no, this was not a state employee. This was not a state employee that died. This is a private employee that died. And this was a private kill squad that cleared them out.
But they were private contractors that were doing work for the government, right?
Nope.
Nope. Oh, okay.
But if they're big enough, it doesn't matter if they're working for the government.
Government-funded kill squads, that's it.
Yeah, there was not a government-funded kill squad. It was a privately funded kill squad for a private company doing private company things, not associated with the government.
Weirdly enough, the private company was owned by a government.
Nope.
No relation, I promise you that.
No. Really? Don't get me wrong. It was a big company, okay? It was a big company.
De facto part of this state, then. Okay.
Yeah.
BlackRock probably owns a not inconsiderable amount of their stock anyway.
Maybe. But point being, though, is that it was a private company doing private company things, and the government was like, all right, well, we just want to make sure you're only clearing out this building. And, yeah, so that one person died, that gang got deleted within like 3 days. So the fact that Brockton Bay, like the fact that Wildbow thinks like, oh yeah, Brockton Bay totally just like the 16-person gang of the ABV.
Yeah, actually,
27. Thank you very much.
When was Form first published again? When was that first chapter?
2013.
Released? Okay. That was 12 years after 9/11. You think it'd have figured out, oh, America does not half-ass their measures when shit like this goes down.
Well, actually, no. In Canada, the U.S. military's been downsized. It's not even like a first string force anymore. It's so small, which
Well,
makes no sense.
That's the thing, though. Is the National Guard wouldn't be downsized.
If anything, you'd see State
More.
Guard and National Guard
Yeah.
assets massively
Yeah, okay,
expanded.
but I just want to counter with this is still America, and Compton existed in a state of APCs and tanks patrolling the streets.
Yeah.
Yes, but you can't
So-
fight capes with guns because Contessa
Did
will
you-
show up and butterfly it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Apparently,
but
yes.
at least write that in then.
Yeah, it's there's established plot armor. No, the
Well,
reality
no,
of the
sure,
No,
situation.
literally-
no.
the thing is, we're
The
literally-
established plot armor was established in a word of God answered after Worm finished.
Woof.
Yeah.
No, the
Yeah,
reality of
apparently, Contessa literally butterflied it away by making a.
Yes,
fly
we
into the
know. We
photo
all know
scope.
the lore. Go ahead.
so
Literal
just Worm in that regard, you can't treat it seriously. You can't treat Ward seriously either at all.
Oh, well,
because
no, of course,
you know it's not even cape shit. It's not even like comic books. It's here is my snow globe, and you have to accept that suspension of certain aspects of disbelief, for better or worse.
Worm is just cape shit, but everything is grimdark. Ward is
grimdark.
literally, I am going to fight your persona with my persona in the Shadow Realm, and we gotta collect them all for the Pokedex.
And you don't
Yeah.
even get good JoJo
Also-
poses.
Also, Pot of Greed is still banned. Fuck you.
Yeah, so it is literally like Ward isn't even in the same like realm of existence as Worm.
No, it's a very theoretical sequel.
Worm was also specifically made to fuck with the fans who liked Worm.
Yes, it was out of spite. It was written.
It was a spite
And he
fic.
hated writing it. We brought this up last time. It was made out of spite. He hated it, but he kept writing instead of going, "Wow, I fucking hate this. I should stop."
Yeah.
Yeah. no.
Oh yeah. Here we go. So by the way, here's my validation for what I said earlier.
Mhm.
Oh no.
They hated making accommodations or anything that required extra effort, like wearing the body mics that would let me hear them. Okay, so first off, hearing aids. I have a lot of experience with hearing aids. The mics, they do let you hear them better. However, if you actually use your hearing aid properly and sat near the teacher, as you should be, as someone with a hearing issue, you should be closest to the person who's going to be speaking the longest. Just saying. Again, this is why that lots of disabled kids have such a bad reputation in schools. It's because they use their disabilities as an excuse to not do things.
But don't you know
if
he
you've got
had
a
to
hearing
sit in the back.
disability, if you've got a hearing disability and then sit in the back corner next to the window like an anime protagonist,
And turn your
don't be
hearing aid
surprised when you
down.
don't be surprised when you don't fucking pick anything up.
Yeah, it's like,
He had to sit in the back because that's where the cool kids go, and he's the coolest.
yeah, right. But it's just like, I'm sorry. It's just I have no fucking sympathy for you. If you're saying you can't hear them unless they have the fucking body mic on, it means you're not using your hearing aid correctly, or you're not positioning yourself in the room correctly. That's just what it is.
Like, it could literally be something as simple as, I don't like sitting on the right side, but my hearing aid is in my left ear, or right ear, and I'm not going to listen to them.
Yeah,
Something like
effectively. Like I said,
You have to accommodate me, Ree.
Yeah.
I would do shit. Like, I would sit on the left side in the front row of the room because I'm blind in my left eye. So by sitting on the left side, I would have the most vision coverage of everything that would be going on the board. I sat in the
I'm gonna
front
be honest.
because my vision was bad, so I would be able to see what was on the board. And I did this because, well, A, no one fucking believed me about my vision, but B, because I actually wanted to see and read and learn. So I accommodated myself by showing up a little bit earlier to class so I could get the best seat for my issues.
I'm gonna be honest.
Everyone's got
for
struggles.
Me,
At the end of the day, only you are able to truly take control of them.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be honest. I would do that, but only for classes I liked. Like history, I would do everything I could to make sure I can take that in. Geography, I would around. I'm gonna be honest.
Sure, yeah, no, I mean that's fair, but that's my point though. Is you tried for the classes that you were interested in, and you didn't try for the classes you weren't interested in, and it's like, okay, well, you can't sit there and blame the teacher for you not learning geography, because you were the one that made yourself not learn geography.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like, I can't rate. When I first started, I actually tried for like 3 classes. It's basically the same thing I do with Fix with 3 chapters or animes with 3 episodes. I tried for like 3 classes. Couldn't read a map for shit. I kept trying to get help, but the teacher wouldn't help me. They were helping other people.
Yeah, that's
and I was
fair.
like, well,
Yeah.
if I can't get help, and I can't do this without help, like, why would I try?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right,
So I ended up just fucking around. I would sit in the back row. I would get books I got from the library, like fucking Michael Turner or Matthew Riley, and I'd just read or look through history texts, and I would read the entire time actual shit that interested me.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
yeah.
this obviously wasn't it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, while Bo decides to aggressively make shit up and skip classes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I only skipped classes in primary school because literally none of that shit really mattered for me. I was already in like 6th grade or above level,
Right.
and everything they were teaching I could do in like 20
I
minutes.
mean, that's why I slept during class. You know, it's like, I was actually ahead of the class usually, and literally me sleeping still let me pass with a B because I pretty much knew the material, and I was pretty much able to either guess or correctly answer all of the tests and questions and homeworks. And
that's also why I got lower scores in school, because the teachers literally sat down and was like, I know you can do this, but I need proof that you can do this. Why aren't you doing your homework? And I was like,
fuck
we
you.
both know I can do this. Why the fuck do I need to do it?
Yeah, exactly. No, fuck you. They literally, one time in math class, they literally failed me on a test that I answered with like a 97% correctness rate because they thought I was cheating, because there's no way that I was sleeping during class and still able to answer these questions. And so they literally failed me so they could have a hearing about it, at which point they gave me the test again and I answered it all right again. And they're like, oh.
Yeah.
I had a math teacher.
And the thing is, all those classes that I never paid attention in, or that I got bored of the things like algebra and all that higher math learning because I knew I wasn't
fuck letters, man.
any of that. Yeah, I was never planning to use any of that in my career path in the future. I didn't do it, and I still haven't fucking used them once. They've never come
exactly. Oh, you won't carry a calculator with you. Don't you know you won't have access to a calculator in your life?
My phone has a built-in calculator app.
Don't you know you will never...
I didn't even download it. It was there. It was just there.
I mean, it's not just that. It's like they introduce all these like subjects of like, oh well, you need to know how to do this without a calculator because when you start working you'll have to do this without a calculator. I'm like, no, I fucking won't, because if my job requires a calculator, you know what the business is gonna fucking do? Give me a fucking calculator.
Oh yeah.
And you know what's even great? The one thing that I need to learn, which was computer skills in like Excel, they taught like PowerPoint, they taught Word, they never tried to fucking teach Excel until when I asked, they said, oh, that's final year work. And I was like, well, this is an elective. Why would I want to keep doing this for 3 years if you're not going to teach what I need for my fucking
Teach
career?
Word and PowerPoint? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, no, it was Word, PowerPoint and like a fucking other websites that the school gets paid to teach us rather than actual Excel shit. And
I think my
shit like
favorite
that.
part about the computer learning classes was that they would have us do these typing tests every single day, but the
Oh,
typing
yes, I
test
know that.
program was super fucking basic, and so one day
Yeah.
I just 100%ed it with like 80 word RPM thing, and
Mhm.
then I just went into the files where it saved my results and copy pasted it into every single chapter and daily requirement. And
Yeah.
so whenever it went to check if I had done that work yet, it would be like, oh, we have the text file here saying you got a 100% with an 80 RPM.
Yeah. 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 Let me guess, your
I
school
learned
also
more
learned-
about computers to not do work on computers.
Yep. It was also the what was it? Fuck. Computer skills was more learning how to type faster and longer than it was actual computer skills.
Oh yeah,
It
no,
was so stupid.
it was so dumb, yeah. Well, you see, they
Like-
had the computer skills because they remember when they had to learn a computer. It was very hard.
Yes. But now, like, the reason I am a team leader at work is because I learned Excel from a manager because I was like, hey, this would make my job so much easier. Can I learn this? And they were like, yeah. No one else knew. Everyone knew how to like write emails, write a long essay, everything. And I was like, hey, not even like 30 seconds. Here's this Excel spreadsheet you wanted. It's done. I've made it up. Printed out. There you go. And they were
Yeah.
like, fuck, I'm giving you more work. And I was like, fuck.
You fucking dumbass.
And then they opened up a team leader position. I was like, well, I'm already doing the work. Let me get that position and pay raise. And they was like, oh, one of the two we're going to hire.
Anyway, so to the point where it was part of a daily conversation across the years that she was my itinerant teacher. By the time I had a teacher, they would have already heard about me for years. So, yeah, so literally you went out of your way to make your life worse and not learn in school, and then you would skip class a bunch, and you were shocked that the teachers would treat you like a delinquent and not give effort. Like, again, oh, why do I have to wear the body mic for this fucking hearing disabled kid? All he's gonna do is ignore me anyway.
Or why would I wear it for 1 day a week when he's the only hearing defective kid and doesn't show up for the other 4 days?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, I gotta put all this extra effort in. Yeah, because it is extra effort. You gotta fucking remember to charge it. You gotta fucking remember where it is.
Yeah,
You gotta have a
especially
fucking...
if he's not consistent
Yeah.
on the days he shows up. You're like, which day is he coming in that I've got to wear this fucking thing?
Yeah, no, it's gonna be annoying as shit, and you have to talk louder, and then he doesn't pay attention anyway, and so you having to put all this fucking, basically facade effort in to a kid who's not paying attention anyway in school. It's like, yes, I could completely understand why the teachers hated you.
Yeah, easily. Not even like slightly. We easily understand why everyone fucking hated you.
Literally, in my IT job, this is why I said I hate English second language people, is that in my IT job, there's a couple of English second language people that I know can speak English, I would say with like 80% effectiveness, right? Enough to do... Yeah, they refuse to. Spanish, please. Spanish, please. Spanish, please. No,
I don't speak
Spanish, please.
English.
No hablo español, por favor.
And then they get their kid, and their kid is like, "You know how to speak
No.
English."
To be fair, that one person did know how to speak English, and the kid was fucking shit talking her so hard. It was so fucking funny. Oh my! My mom has been here for 15 years, and she refuses to learn English. It's so fucking annoying. She calls me over for everything. I'm just losing my shit.
She could probably trick her into learning English by introducing her to soap operas, like Days of Our Lives.
No, she just watches the Spanish soap
because
operas.
they love those.
And she just watches the Spanish ones.
Everyone's got that soap opera they watch. For the Japanese, it's apparently Korean soap operas.
That's funny. But no, but it's don't get me wrong. Some of this English second language people try, but
Yes.
there's an unfortunately large amount of them that are just like, oh, I have the option for Spanish. Well, I don't want to speak English anymore. I suddenly forgot how to. It's like, okay, fuck you.
I've got someone at work whose English you can barely understand. They're Vietnamese, and the only place they speak English at work is at work. If you go to the grocery store with them, they will not speak English, not even to the fucking cashiers or anything.
Yeah, no, it's so fucking annoying. It's actually funny because, again, one of the companies that has a large portion of Spanish speakers, I had the HR lady complaining to me about it. The HR lady at that company complaining to me about it because she spoke English with like 99% effectiveness. She only had like a little slight accent, so she was pretty good to work with. But she's like, yeah, it's so fucking annoying. I had to put a piece of paper on my door saying, stop coming to me with your problems, call the company that we hire for IT, because I'm not going to be your middleman of you telling me your problem, and then I have to tell the IT company your problem, so then they can come and tell me how to fix your problem. Because you refuse to speak English and contact them.
Well, did you know that my workplace only has 2 Indians left because someone who spoke Hindi came in and overheard every single one insulting every single other person in Hindi because they refused to speak English on the floor unless you directly spoke to them. They would speak to each other in Hindi, and turns out they were everyone, and the person that came in for HR actually spoke that and was like, "What the fuck are you saying?"
Wow, that is...
To everyone else? What are you saying about your managers, your team members? This is
Wow.
not allowed. This is a no bullying company.
That
And
is...
it was just so great because every single one of them was the worst worker, but they never did anything that we could fire them for.
Yeah, that's
my
always
company's
how
so-
it goes, isn't it?
Yeah. But my company was a no bullying policy, so as soon as they fucking heard that, a HR person at that, they were like, nah, you get the fucking boot.
Amazing.
And then the other one finally got caught on camera when they updated the cameras that they were just doing all the unsafe shit on high reach machinery that goes up, and there was like, well, how have you not killed someone crushing them with a pallet or something yet?
Amazing.
Like, they were shocked by how many times they got caught doing unsafe shit.
In writing Taylor, I channeled this. No shit.
Yeah,
Really?
no shit.
I never would have
Don't
guessed.
say.
I would have never guessed. I came out of school frustrated and angry at the system. The system that you ignored, abused, and abandoned.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Which, don't get me wrong,
The
again,
system
don't
that-
get me wrong. As someone who got thrown into the special needs class because the school didn't want to fucking deal with me, despite the fact that my special needs were not, I'm retarded, it was, I'm too smart. So they threw me into the retard class because they're like, well, he's different from the rest of the kids, so he's special needs, and we don't feel like making a class schedule that actually works for him, so fuck you.
Essentially, if you're too smart to more than go up a single year in class years, then they actually push you down to the fucking special needs one. If you're only smarter than like the year, as smart as the year above you, you probably would have been pushed up instead.
No.
If you think about
They
it,
actually barred me from moving up because the school had on record that I had ADHD, and so they thought I was retarded. And so they didn't care how good my grades were because I had ADHD.
Ugh, fuck.
well, in all other cases where it's not ADHD, if you think about it, it's really a long-term social lesson. Hey, if you don't learn how to blend in and stick with the normal kids, we'll stick you with the retards, Mr. Thinks you're smarter than all of us.
Yeah, effectively.
Even though you are.
Yeah.
Though you are smarter.
Yeah, especially because you are.
Yeah.
Because they don't like being shamed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which also means in the special needs class, challenged, and so you'll be lazy and just cope with life for the rest of your life.
Yes, that's also intentional to try and cripple you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Crab bucket mentality.
But anyway, point being, I was in those classes. I got the stupid services. I had an aide following me around because she was required to, because I was labeled special needs, and she fought so fucking hard. Not because she didn't want to follow me around and help me, because she recognized that I actually had a lot of issues, like even remotely paying attention to what was going on in class, because it's like, oh, we're gonna read this book today. It's like, the book gets announced the next day, I've already finished it. I'm not paying attention in class anymore because we're going to spend the next 3 months reading the book in class out loud, because the other half of the class is fucking illiterate, effectively. Not actually illiterate. They know how to read, but they're effectively illiterate because the only time they've ever looked at a book is when the school forced them to.
Yeah.
And so we have to spend the next 6 months reading the same book that I finished in a day. And so, of course, I'm not paying attention during class. And, of course, I'm going to miss whatever else the teacher says because I've already checked out because I already finished the book. And so, yes, so I had issues. And, yes, these issues were partially my fault, but also partially the school's fault. And so, yes, I did need help at certain things, and I did need people to keep me on top of things. I needed people to keep me on direction because I was lost in my own little fucking world because the school basically forced me to be in it. But she fought really hard to stop being my aide because she was like, he doesn't need it. Yes.
There.
He needs to be advanced into a higher grade, not held back in the special retard class. And it was actually kind of really sad because by the time I got to 12th grade, like the special class, like I would say at least 75% of us in the special class were just kids that were smart.
Yeah.
And like the other 25% were the actual people who needed actual help.
They didn't have a gifted and talented class or
no, they did. They had AP. No, they had AP. They had the college classes, but all of us, like, there was one kid in the class that had like 154 IQ, and he told me one day, he's like, yeah, I don't really care about being as smart as I am. I just like working on cars and punching people. So that's why I'm an amateur MMA fighter and I'm a mechanic. And what do I want to do with my life? I want to work on cars. Because I really like cars.
Yeah.
I was like, right, fair. Yeah. It's like, but it's like, yeah, you put some fucking math problems in front of them, or you ask them, like, what's line 13 of page 12 of this book, and he'll be able to tell you it. He was really fucking smart. It's just he didn't fucking care about any of that shit because he just liked cars. And so it's just like, yes, it wasn't shit. Yes. But it's not this like fucking campaign against you that Wild Bow's trying to construct it as. You hurt your chances as much as the school did. In fact, possibly more because you started skipping school.
Yes.
And yes, I understand that as a child, you don't really get it, right? You don't really... You're bored in school, so you're like, why the fuck do I need to show up? And then you start getting treated like shit by the teachers, and you're like, the teachers are all against me. It's like, well, no, they're against you because you never fucking showed up for school. And you gained the reputation that you never paid attention to of being this piece of shit that never shows up for school. And so it's not a big surprise that whenever you don't show up for school, that the teachers start treating you like a piece of shit who doesn't show up for school. And as a kid, you don't get that. You don't understand the consequences of your actions.
All kids and teenagers think the world revolves around them.
Yeah.
So their consequences don't have actions and all that.
Their consequences don't have actions. I mean, yes.
Both. Sorry. Listen, I'm about 5 glasses of rum.
No, you're doing good. But yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, their actions don't have consequences. Everyone else is against them. It doesn't matter that they are just like the worst fucking scum. It's everyone else's fault. No, 100%. And I get it. So on a level, I can understand.
No, it's the world's fault.
Yeah, on a level I can understand, but Wildbow, you are older than me, I'm pretty sure. Which means that you, Wildbow, should be able to look back on your childhood and go, wow, that was really dumb of me to do. I understand why all the teachers didn't like me. But no, you're so up your own ass in your little world that you're still the victim 20 years later.
That would
Don't
require
forget,
self-reflection.
Maturing is a choice. It's not a requirement in life anymore.
I know.
You can't just grow up, have to fight a war, and realize, fuck, I can't be a kid anymore. Now you just be how you want.
So anyway, Taylor carries my anger and frustration in a big way, and I expanded it out to the institutionalized heroism, law, government, and everything else. Yeah, we know. We know you did. We know you projected your problems with authority that you created for yourself, and you projected it onto every single function and fraction of authority that existed in a world. Yes, we know. Taylor is me, but so is Blake, Sylvester, and so are the trio. I think the trio.
Wait, Victoria, who was not caring that she had an emotion sense that influenced others. So basically, if he could mind control people, even
no, I don't. I think he's talking about his other properties. I think like his other stories. Blake, Sylvester, Victoria, and the trio. I think the trio is from his latest. No, he's not talking about Worm. He's.
no, I thought Victoria was from Ward. I was talking Ward. Victoria is the protagonist of Ward.
Oh, maybe the trio.
Yeah, that's Vicky.
Yeah, that's what I said. The trio, the protagonist of Pale. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was thinking for Victoria, it was Ward that he was talking. I was like,
she
did not have a good mindset,
maybe.
even though she was supposed to be more normal than others.
Yeah. Blake and Sylvester are probably from Pact and Twig or whatever they were called. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Or what was the other one? Fade or
Pale. Pale is the trio.
Pale, that's it.
Yeah, Pale is the trio. So what does it mean that write what you know? It's because this isn't an autobiography. Well, you certainly made it sound like it was. I've seen the question asked a week ago on a writing forum as someone talked about how their life wasn't interesting, and I don't think mine was especially interesting either. Well, no, it wasn't. I'm going to be real here. No. It was not. Your life was not interesting. It will never be interesting because you chose to be a victim. To go out and do things, you require self-agency, and if you spend all your time blaming everyone else for your inability to do things, you're not going to go out and do things. I know this as someone who spent a large portion of time blaming everyone else for why I couldn't do things. I'm just saying.
I mean, for me, I blame myself, saying I had no talent because I was one of those talented kids that picked everything up quickly. And so if I didn't do something the first time, I blamed myself, saying I had no talent, so I've got to move on to something else.
I mean, there's also the gifted kid curse of you as a child were handed really easy problems constantly and told how amazing and good you are at them, and then as life actually hit you in the face and things actually became difficult, you thought you were terrible at everything because you were told you were good at everything as a child, and so clearly you're good at everything, but now you're terrible at everything, so clearly you're incompetent and you need to find the thing you're good at again. And no one ever tells you that you actually that's just normal.
When I first started primary school, very first year, I got told I was doing mathematics and reading at a 4th grade level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's just like it's called the gifted kid curse.
They also not only didn't challenge me, but then they decided to leave me alone because they thought, oh, he's so good, I can focus on other students.
Yeah, literally, exactly, right. Yeah, no, and it's why I ended up becoming a person who just sits here and analyzes literary work. And yeah, I understand I'm doing that a lot on fan fiction these days, but I mean, I did it to all the normal books first. I sat there and I picked apart what made them good, what made them bad, and I searched out other books that had those same properties, and I enjoyed those books too because I did a good job at picking apart the literary work to find out what I liked and what made a good story, and so I found the books that also did those things, and they were good stories as well. And big shocker there that I was right because I spent all my fucking time doing it. And so that's what I became good at. I became good at reading people to a certain extent and dissecting their motives to a certain extent, and I also became good at dissecting books. And by extension, I guess, of the two merging, dissecting the author behind the book. But you know, that's the thing. And I also became good at computers, not because I was told I was good at computers, but because I really fucking hated computers breaking on me, and it was very frustrating for me every single time I tried to do something on a computer and it wouldn't do it. Even though it was like I wasn't asking it to jump to the fucking moon, I was asking it to open File Explorer.
Yeah, or pinball.
Or pinball. You know, it wouldn't fucking do it. It'd give me some sort of error, or give me some sort of problem, and something wouldn't load. The file association was broken, the syslink was broken, the shortcut was broken, shit was always fucking broken. And so I just learned how to get really good at fixing the computer because it would constantly fucking break. And so, you know, that's another thing that I was good at because I was constantly challenged at it because shit was just fucking broken back in the day. And god damn it, Zoomers don't even know how to click on a save button anymore because they don't even know what saving is.
That's why
They
I went
don't know what-
silent. I went silent like 30 minutes ago because my mum's visiting how to get onto Netflix.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they don't know what the little square icon on the save button means.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I've told this story before, but I literally met someone at work who called in for help because the PDF they kept closing wouldn't save their changes. And I was like, okay, well, show me what you're doing. And they would make the change, and then they'd hit close, and then hit cancel on the save prompt because they didn't read it.
Of course not.
And I said, well, you have to save it for it to save the changes. And they looked at me and they said, well, I say looked at me, they were on the phone with me, but, you know, they looked at me and they said, well, isn't that what the autosave does? I said, there is no autosave on this program. They're like, what do you mean?
I just Gray leaving. I was like, fuck, did he get so frustrated that he just fucking left after that?
No, it was just great timing.
It was just amazing timing as per normal. Alright, so let's go back to Wild Bow and how this isn't an autobiography, guys. I really swear. At the same time, I think you have to pull something out of yourself. You have to connect it to your work. I mean, yes.
True.
Yes, sort of.
That's fine, but I'm not sure you should be admitting to the connections you're making right now.
Yeah, I don't really think the connections you're making right now are the best sort of connections to be admitting to. But it's also, yes, writing, you kind of have to take inspiration from the things you know. Because, well, if you try and write about things you don't know, you look like Hollywood, where you say a revolver has a 12 magazine clip.
Oh, you mean yours don't come with that, Sneaky?
And it's semi-automatic.
Ugh.
Firing at full auto.
That's the luxury package. Hang on.
Yeah,
now.
it fires full auto if you put a bump stock on that.
If you want to know, if you want to write about something you don't know, you either A, look it up and learn it so you know it, or B, you make it the fuck up in an entirely new system. Magic, for instance? Well, magic doesn't really exist. You are free to make it the fuck up.
I mean,
Hard
also,
science,
like,
medicine, you need to look that shit up.
Yeah, I mean, also, I mean, that's why sci-fi is pretty easy, because you're just like, oh, well, they discovered the quantum scalubub, and that's why all of the guns can fire fully semi-automatic now. It's like, okay.
Stop.
They figured out how to truly use magnets.
Yeah.
And that's why we have faster than light travel, handheld railguns with no recoil.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we've got shielding.
Yeah,
just using magnets.
they just used magnets, bro. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, like you can pull some some stupid sci-fi property out of your ass and hand waving all your fancy tech away because you don't know how guns work at all. But I mean, like some of the worst stuff is like Bethesda not putting the plunger pin on an M1911.
Yeah.
So the gun doesn't cycle.
Oh.
And the thing is they perfectly modeled the 1911 after 1911. They even had the hole where the plunger pin is supposed to plug into. They just didn't include it because they didn't understand what it was, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Or they
looked at it and was like, why does this needed?
Or they have the older shotgun, which looks like 17 different shotguns mashed together. I mean, it looks to me it looks the most like an 870, but other people have pointed out, I was like, oh no, it's actually this model. Oh no, it's actually this model. And I was like, okay, yeah, I see that. I see what you're talking about now. That you tell me the model, and I can see those differences now. And they also have the fucking pump on the gun be super close, and you also pump it backwards, but that doesn't cycle the gun. It's when you pump it forwards after pumping it backwards that cycles the gun. And I'm just like, what the actual fuck?
Yeah, the only way to load a new bullet is by jerking the bench,
Okay, look, there are actual literal exploded diagrams. You can just download them for free from the manufacturer's website that show you exactly how these guns are constructed and label all the parts and show you how they should work.
Yeah.
Why the fuck can't they just pull that up?
Because
that'd be easy.
That would be admitting they don't know something, A, and B, guns are icky. And I don't want to learn about them.
Maybe if they pick you up and shot one.
A basic developer, basic writer mindset of learning about thing is time consuming, and I don't like it, so I'm just gonna make shit up. The other shit that I really get fucking frustrated by is anytime a laser gun has recoil.
Oh. Plasma could have recoil.
Plasma, actually, the most realistic way of firing plasma would be creating a magnetic shell and then either punching a hole in the front of the magnetic shell to eject the plasma toward the target, or to fire the encapsulated magnetic shell because you got some sort of like suspended particle of iron or some shit that's like that has the plasma rotating around it, and you magnetically eject the magnetic shell some fucking how or something, and that's what makes
if you
the
throw
ball
the shell
plasma.
that makes recoil.
Yeah, if you fire the shell, I guess you could have some recoil going on there. But I mean, like, the thing is though, is that like magnetic rails don't have recoil.
Railguns do actually have recoil because you're having to move mass, even if you're not physically touching it. You are inducing the classic, equal. Oh fuck, not equals MC squared. It's force equals MA. Equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, but even then, the recoil isn't like a normal gun.
Not quite, but that's because most quote-unquote normal guns, you're thinking semi-automatic weapons that work by recoil blowback to chamber the next round. That's a different animal. It would work more like a single shot or pump action or any kind of single action weapon is how it would work, which you would get some recoil, yes, not as much as a chemical reaction, but you would still get recoil.
Oh yeah.
However much recoil needed to launch this massive projectile at this speed, you would get this much recoil. Third law of motion, yes.
Yeah, I mean, and then the fucking writer includes some sort of dumb shit like a recoil dampener that removes all recoil from the weapon, and it's like, well, then the gun doesn't fire.
They're all recoil dampeners! It's called putting fucking springs in your fucking gun. You're holding this thing. It shoots. It absorbs some of the recoil. Yes, not all of it, but enough.
The difference though between that and what they put in is the recoil still happens, and the recoil dampener is just redirecting the recoil in a more convenient fashion. In their version, the recoil just doesn't occur.
If the recoil didn't physically occur, the shot would fire and the gun would move around the bullet and the bullet would stay there.
Yeah. Well,
what I'm getting from all this is that the best way to
and he's gone. I mean,
Discord saving the stream.
yeah, there goes Discord again, saving the stream. I mean, it reminds me of the time we read a Naruto fairy tale crossover, where the author tried to postulate that Naruto hadn't eaten or drank water for 3 months, and that he was surviving off of only his chakra. And when the ninjas stopped visiting the fairy tale world as an academy trip, they left Naruto behind on purpose in the forest so he would die.
Wait, what? What do you mean they could visit the fairy tale world?
Reverse summons, don't you know?
I don't know, man. It's just that's literally just how they had it. And so then they leave Naruto behind, and he's surviving off of his chakra, which again makes no sense because chakra comes from the body, and the body needs food and water to create energy to make chakra with. But no, he's just been surviving off that the whole time, and he was skin and bones, except he had all of his muscles still.
No.
Don't worry, Sneaky. He was just eating in his.
Yeah, he ate the chakra.
Listen, we have canonical evidence that Kurama counts as emergency rations. You can eat him, according to the Golden Sun Brothers.
Damn it.
Kurama counts as emergency rations.
He's emergency food.
Yeah.
Okay, Paimon. Anyway, let's see here. Writing Blake, Sylvester, Victoria. I was thinking a lot more narrow about what I was digging through my experiences for. These are characters who would spend blah blah blah. If I couldn't connect to them, it'd be really hard to write a character I don't feel for. I mean, it's not though. It's like I mean, this is quite literally a low IQ moment. This is an actual low IQ moment of I can't write characters I don't identify with.
That makes me wonder how the fuck write Coil who like to drug up children.
Like, you don't really know.
No, see, the thing is actually, I mean, this is what makes it even better / worse. I say better. Max says worse. The thing is that you can actually tell when Wildbow can't air quotes connect to a character, because then he just relies on the most racist stereotypes for that character possible.
That explains Sophia.
And Coil, and Brian, and Skidmark.
And Aisha.
The entirety of the ABB.
Yeah. Aisha, yeah.
Kaiser, most of those.
Well, actually, I'm pretty
No,
sure,
the Kaiser's even better.
Yeah.
Kaiser's again. This is another situation of I say better, Max says worse. He wrote Kaiser as a guy who's actually not into Nazism. He's just using Nazism to make a lot of money, so that makes it better.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
right. No, that is how he characterized him. The fandom made him like hyper.
Yes, the fandom made him a Nazi. He canonized Kaiser as a guy who was grifting as a Nazi.
Yes, and
You know, honestly, that actually is kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
Hook will follow the Empire because they were the strongest, but apparently he's actually a Nazi pit fighter according to the fandom.
Yeah.
I
Which
thought
is
the
funny,
pit
because
fighter
then
was
you-
canon.
No,
Oh, the
that
pit
is,
fighter is
but
canon.
but yeah. But the thing is, like, you read fics where people go, "Oh, Kaiser was just a businessman," but then they make Hookwolf split off because he was like, "You're not an actual Nazi," and I was like, "What? Neither are you. According to canon, neither are you. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?"
as far as canon goes, literally Hookwolf wasn't even like a believer at all. He was quite literally just a dude who liked to fight in cage fights, and pretty much his entire gang, because he had effectively a sub gang, and that's why they were
Yeah.
able to split off later, call themselves like the Chosen or whatever.
Fenrir's or
Yeah.
Fenrir's Chosen or something like that.
Yeah, something like that, because they were quite literally, they were just a blood gang, and everyone that was in the gang was people who survived the pit fights, and they were told they were strong by Hookwolf, and he was, again, it was quite literally a moment of racists are the most diverse, because the second he no longer had to only hire whites for his pit fights, he would start having other people in his pit fights and allow them to be in
Yeah.
the gang.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Wildbow didn't write Hookwolf as a stereotype.
No. Also, it's funny that he seems to write Regent, the sociopath, pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a bit weird how he seems
Re-
to write the sociopath.
Regent, the femboy twink sociopath from French
Yeah,
Canada.
no.
I
Okay,
wonder.
that others.
I
That's
wonder.
the fandom twisting him.
I mean,
What do you mean, fandom twisting him? I mean, Twink. He was always called feminine,
yeah,
and
he
is
was
a
kind of.
sociopath canonically.
Yeah.
The reason why he can fight his sister because he is a sociopath with muted emotions,
Yeah.
and because Master Effects don't work on other masters as well.
No, they do.
He's not a femboy. He's a classic Lothario. He's the guy with the guitar and the jugs and the booze who just wants to lay around and fuck.
He's a
That's
French
Regent.
Canadian. He's a femboy.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
mean, for being a French Canadian, yes, by default. However, he's never been more pussy
You're not
than
helping.
you.
You just admitted it. You just admitted it. You're not helping your case side.
No, but okay, look, he's yes, he's Astafo, he's Astolfo. He's a bit of a femboy, but he still gets more pussy than you.
I don't think I want Aisha's pussy at all.
No telling where that bit has been or what you gonna catch that bleach won't wash off.
As part of that, I think I lied a lot in middle school, which definitely did not continue to me writing this essay.
Authors
Definitely
business
didn't
is
affect
lying.
again my childhood.
Also, I really like the framing here. So again, this is another scenario of why I'm able to pick apart people and shit talk them without ever hearing their whole entire message. Because he goes on, so he starts off with blaming everyone, with framing the system as this evil, uncaring entity that's out to get him. And yeah, I mean, he did skip school a bunch, and yeah, he did not pay attention in class, but don't you understand, the system is out to get him, and it's evil, and all the teachers shit talk to their students. And then you get a couple more paragraphs down, and he's like, yeah, I lied a bunch, and yeah, it didn't really make the teachers like me, but that's not why they didn't like me. They didn't like me before I started lying a whole bunch, says the liar.
Yeah.
Asking you to believe him that he didn't lie.
It's weird how much backpedaling you seem to be doing there.
So when I call people, I fucking call people. I didn't have to see the other 80% of his essay to already pick apart who he is and how he frames things and what the real truth of the situation is. Part of this was escapism. That's right. I lied to everyone constantly because I wanted to escape reality.
Bro, just go into video games or fan fiction.
Okay.
Oh wait, you did.
Partly creatively. I needed an outlet for my creativity, so I invented lies to tell people. Okay.
I mean, literal author moment.
Literal author moment, but also compulsive liar moment.
Yes, absolutely.
And because I hadn't started writing yet, I just told lies all the time. And it helped me assert control because I felt like I had none in my life. I felt like I had none in my life, despite the fact that I constantly made choices that would both hurt me in the short term and the long term. And those were my choices. And then I already established earlier that no one ever checked up on me ever or did anything about any of the things I did. So you can't blame other people for forcing you to do things because you just established yourself that no one ever cared about you at all ever to make you do anything in the first place, which means that every single thing that ever happened to you was due to your own choices, which means you had complete control over your life and you didn't like the outcome. So you decided to blame everyone else who you claimed had no control over your life for having control over your life.
Yes, makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes.
Yeah, Wild Bo's huffing extreme copium. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Wild Bo's injecting the
I
copium into
told
his veins.
the good teacher that I couldn't do my homework because my family was renovating the house and we were living in a tent, and the teacher brought this up during Parent-Teacher Day.
A tent.
What did you fucking expect, dumbass?
And I was rewarded, despite the punishment I got from that, I was rewarded with months of no homework.
Fuck's sake.
Wow.
Look, again, I had got assigned homework, and the teacher would be like, "Why didn't you do your homework?" And I would go, "I didn't feel like it." And they go, "Well, okay."
I just did mine in class, so I never had homework after a certain point.
There is also that, is I got in trouble eventually for it, and so I just started doing all my homework in class, and then they were like, "Well, I don't like that you're doing the homework in class, but you're passing and you're also turning in homework, so I can't even really complain."
Yeah, that's a case of that's just too fucking better do it in class, and then I'm going to sit here and read for the rest of your class while you talk to the other slow students at their pace.
Yeah, literally. So it's, I got in trouble, and then, oh, shockingly, guys, I got in trouble, and then I decided to stop doing the thing that got me in trouble.
And I stopped getting in trouble.
And then I stopped getting in trouble. It's really wild.
But that's some kind of istism.
But
Yeah.
I shouldn't have gotten in trouble in the first place, so it's the government and society and authorities' fault.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Astute readers might remember Verona's ladder story, and that's a close parallel. She got that out of my experiences. But when I finished Pact and was reaching for a protagonist who'd be distinct from Blake, I looked for dishonesty and tapped into that because as a preteen, I lied all the time. I was painfully dishonest, in control of the chaos, and smarter than everyone around me. It's an anecdote and a background note for Verona, but it's Sylvester's lived experiences.
Isn't that basically Tattletale, except, wearing a different face?
Yes.
Yes.
Perpetual liar, constantly has to be the smartest person in the room. Not actually that fucking smart.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is funny which is easily seen because Tattletale is the better written characters in Worm, and why she shows up so much.
Yeah, it's weird. He just got finished talking about how he has to put something into each of his characters for him to associate with them, and you can really tell when he doesn't put himself into a character because he just relies on stereotypes for them, and Tattletale doesn't rely on stereotypes, and she's a decently written character, so it's really weird, Wildbow.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a pattern.
Yeah. You can place the protagonists on a loose timeline of my life where their perspectives and mindsets were pulled from. Sylvester and the trio were pulled from elementary and middle school. That's right, Sylvester was from elementary and middle school was the trio. The trio, as Phoenix has stated, is 3 lesbians who are edgy and aggressive.
And aromantic.
No, one of them is
really
a lesbian,
good.
one of them is hyper aggressive, one of them is a romantic and really good at magic.
But the trio represents him as one person.
Yes.
So, edgy, aggressive, and good at everything. He's also, as his own statement, a compulsive liar. And this is in middle school where all the teachers were hearing about him. So then if you go back to his earlier statements, all the teachers hated me and it's because I was disabled. Well, I don't think so anymore. If you are pulling from your experiences as a preteen of being an edgy, aggressive piece of shit who lied constantly, I somehow feel...
Wasn't the one at good at magic have something like it was shy or couldn't talk to anyone properly?
Something like that, I don't care.
Yeah.
So you were an asocial, aggressive, compulsive liar, and you were curious as to why the teachers hated you and treated you differently, and you blamed it on your disability. Yeah, I don't think they disliked you because you were deaf.
Or that it was the teachers themselves. Probably.
I think they disliked you because you skipped school, you lied constantly, you didn't associate yourselves with the other kids, and when you did interact with the teacher or the other kids, you were either lying or being aggressive.
In other words, they dislike you because you were a little asshole.
Yeah.
That's not gonna get through, he said.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that he's written all of this down and will show absolutely no self-reflection.
No, of course not.
When I approached Pale, I had to consider a lot of things when piecing it together. I wanted to place the story in a framework of genre and setting, as opposed to not writing a story to a genre and setting.
Of course not.
Obviously, I abandoned such an idea later on. Yeah, it's pretty common these days. You know, the best web novel is a action, adventure, drama, fantasy, historical, horror, mature, mystery, psychological, sentence, supernatural story.
Of Persona in China. That
Yeah.
turned into British Victoria.
Yeah. So, yeah, honestly, that's like a major negative of fucking works these days, is they're like, I want to be literally every genre. It's like, look, just pick 2. There's a reason why you can only pick 2 genres on fanfiction.net, and it's because back in the day, the books were fucking 2 genres. What's this story? It's a story about adventure. He goes with his friends, he fights the bad guy, and there's some drama in it because he finds out that actually he's the bad guy's son. Okay, it's an action drama story. It's an adventure drama story. Oh, but there's like actually
What's
way
this
more
one?
action in it. Okay, so it's an action adventure story. Yeah, I mean the drama is a pretty small part. Okay, fine. So yeah, action adventure story. Boom, done. What's this story about? It's a girl.
Romantic,
Yeah, romance.
romantic comedy. That's it.
It's a girl. She's trying to find a guy. She's in high school. She's like not pretty at all, and then she goes to some sort of after school club and finds this really hot guy, and she doesn't know if he's into her, but actually he secretly is. Okay, it's gonna be a romantic comedy. Oh, okay, great, fantastic, done. That's how that shit worked back in the day. It found 2 genres, and then it did the 2 genres. It's a romance, and it has some comedy in it. And then the comedy is also about the romance. And wow, boom, done, good story, moving on, sold well. And nowadays...
Don't you know, Sneaky? Genres nowadays are like mental.
Genres these days are like fucking crayons. Gotta eat them all.
Okay,
Uh,
one of the things, I don't write to the genre, I write to the story, and it just fucking comes out as whatever it is. I don't try to classify it by a genre.
That's
your genre
that's
is
fair, but A, your genre is porn, and B, your genre is a more atypical hero's adventure. So it usually ends up being an adventure story, and it usually ends up either being a comedy or a action story.
Adventure, action, romance, i.e. porn, comedy. It classifies for lots of things in most cases.
It doesn't classify as a romance. I'm sorry. It's not a romance story. I know there's porn in it, and I know there's romance in it, but does not classify as a romance story because that's not how you classify stories. That's how you classify mental illnesses.
Yes, no matter how many times you put in hand-holding missions, not romance.
No.
Look, it needs a lot of hand-holding. That needs a lot of hand-holding.
Point being is that signed from the stories I've all read, it's a lot of action, it's a lot of adventure. Sometimes there's some drama in it, but you never really have enough drama to classify it as a drama story. It's the focus of the story is usually action adventure, and it's got, yes, it has other themes in it. Shockingly, did you know that if you paint the room green, you can have colors other than green inside the room?
You can?
Yeah.
Oh my god! What about shades of green?
Yes, there was 50 shades.
50 shades of green? Oh, so he paid, okay.
But point being is that yes, if typically you don't paint the room more than 2 colors. These 2 walls are going to be white, these 2 walls are going to be yellow or some shit. I've seen that. You don't paint 1 wall blue, 1 wall pink, 1 wall red, 1 wall green. No one does that.
It's really
yeah. Well, no one does that, and the reason why no one does that is because it looks fucking awful. It's the same thing with genres. You can't have a romance, action, adventure, mystery, thriller, hyper horror story. You're stretching the story in too many directions. There's a reason why we have genres. A horror genre story is typically heavily emphasizing the horror aspects. The story isn't about the hero going on and fighting the bad guy and saving the day. That's an adventure story. A horror story is about someone who is outclassed, whether it's because they're outgunned or outmanned, or it's because the thing is some sort of creature that's like from the supernatural realm, or it's from et cetera. It's a ghost, it's an alien, it's something. It is an effect. It's a fucking tornado that's sentient and it's hunting down people. The horror story, the horror part of it is the fact that it is a incredibly lethal creature that is out of your typical skill set to fight. Now, that isn't saying you can't fight it. That isn't saying in a horror story you can't beat it in the end. typically you lose because the point of the horror story is, well, it's horrifying. It is supposed to not invoke sense of, oh, I can beat this, I can fight this, I can win. It's supposed to invoke the sense of, I can't win. Now, you certainly can have combat in a horror story where, Dead Space, for example, Dead Space is an action horror story because shit's fucking horrifying. People constantly die brutally left and right. If you make a single mistake yourself, you die brutally.
Nightmare on Elm Street as a movie, you do have fighting back. In the end, it's pretty useless because Freddy just...
Right. But like that's the thing though, you can have combat where they can sometimes even win against, the monster once, or maybe, Friday the 13th, I'm pretty sure that either the kids, most of the Friday the 13th the kids all die, or is it like they banish him at the end and it's like everyone but one person's dead?
Lake, I think
No, that's
Friday the
Jason.
13th, Jason, it's usually that they die.
Yes, that's what I just
Nightmare on
said,
Elm Street
Friday
is
the
Freddy.
13th.
Friday the 13th is Friday.
I think it's usually
That
No,
No,
wait.
Friday-
Friday the 13th is
Friday the
Jason.
13th
Nightmare on
yeah.
Elm Street
It's
is
where
Freddy.
most
Yes.
die, and I think like one escapes, or sometimes it's usually everyone dies, depending on what the movie is.
Yeah, usually in Friday the 13th, they either one person escapes or they all die. Or even maybe
Yeah.
even sometimes like the couple, but usually the couple dies first. Point being though,
Yes. Unless
is that
unless
the
it's more like
horror
that.
aspect is, in this case, not even someone who has them outgunned, not someone who has them outmanned, but someone who is so bloody and ruthless and just destructive that these people, who are typically city slickers, have never really encountered before, and so they can't comprehend it, they don't understand it, they don't know why, they don't know how, they just panic, and it's completely understandable. It's like, oh yeah, well I would fight them. It's like, well, would you really? If you and 8 friends were out, and then suddenly your friend gets ripped into the shrubbery, and you hear a blood screeching sound as his spine is ripped out his back, would you be like, yeah, I'm gonna totally fisticuff this guy now?
Time to run unless I'm armed.
You're like,
If I'm armed, I'm
holy
not jumping
shit,
that
fuck
bush.
this.
Listen, if you send me a text or ask me which animal I could take in a fight, I will sit here for hours explaining why I think I could take this animal in a fight. But that doesn't mean if I run into that animal, I'm going to try and take it on.
Right, yeah, exactly. You're not gonna be like, alright, so I'm pretty sure I can fight a mountain lion to fight. Okay, well, we're gonna go into the ring with the mountain lion now. It's like, no, this was all theoretical. I'm not actually gonna go fight a mountain lion. That could kill me.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
fuck that. I mean, you give me a gun, okay, sure, if you pay me to do it, but other than that, no.
But, yeah, no, it's like, yeah, okay, maybe if I find an axe and I want to save my friends, or, like, I mean, if someone's sort of dying at a fucking camp, I would just get in my car and drive away. Now, admittedly, if the car doesn't start for some reason, I'd be like, alright, fuck it, fine. I would, try and find a weapon and kill the shit out of whatever the fuck's going on, because at least I'm not gonna fucking... Because if I'm trapped in this location, I'm not gonna run through the woods in the middle of the night, because honestly, that's gonna get me killed more likely than fucking just fighting this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'll go find a weapon and fight the guy. But yeah, initially I'm not going to try and fight the guy because that could get me killed. I'm going to try and leave. But if I
the best bet
can't...
is to try to leave first, then try to hide if you can't leave. Then fight as last resort.
I'm not a huge fan of hide. Simply because that almost always puts you in a bad position if you do get found. And...
Yes.
Now, admittedly...
And it usually never works. It
Yeah.
never usually works. Because the person that's hunting you usually knows the place better than you do.
Yeah, usually,
So,
but it's also like at the same time, it's like what you think is hidden. It's like, oh well, I'll just I'll lay down in the bathtub and the showers, and he won't check the bathroom. And it's like,
No.
yeah,
It's the first fucking place I'm checking.
And it's like, yes, I've seen some really creative hiding spots. I fit into the cabinet underneath the sink. It's like, yeah, no one would fucking check there. They'll be like, all right, so where's this person hiding? Let me go check under the sink in the bathroom. No one's gonna fucking check there. However,
On the roof.
that being said, very few people can fit in that location. Now, if you're like a 5'4", 90 pounds when wet individual, yeah, you can probably fit in there. I am unfortunately 6'1" and nearly 300. I am not.
Yeah.
I, unfortunately, by stint of the body size I have, I am not going to be hiding, as that's not really an option for me.
You can hide in the woods, I assure you. Even a man of your immense stature can hide in the woods.
Except we already brought this up that they know the woods better than you do.
Well, it's even if they don't know the woods, I don't know the woods.
You don't need to know the woods. In the dark is your best friend. You don't even have to go deep. You go low, you pull some bushes over you, that's it. You're fucking invisible unless they literally walk on top of you.
Yeah, unless another creature decides to come by. Yes, admittedly.
Rare.
Yeah, okay, yeah, the amount of wolves I'm going to encounter is like 0. The amount of, maybe I'll encounter a fucking black bear and I'll be able to scream and chase it off. But now I've just screamed in the woods.
Yeah,
the odds of running into that are low depending on where you are and everything.
But not 0.
Yes, they are
Not
quite
0.
low. However, if there's someone going around killing shit, spreading blood everywhere...
Yeah, they'll come for the free meal.
No, because most predators smell that. Then they also figure out, oh, hey, something's in the area that's doing all that killing. No, I'm just gonna fuck off. You'll see it when you hunt a lot. The natural predators, the coyotes, the wolves, if you have wolves in the area, they tend to fuck off and leave you alone. Mountain lions will investigate, but that's mountain lions. They're mountain lions. Go fuck yourself.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though, is that the reason why the dog-like animals run away is because they know the humans' approach.
Yeah. They got domesticated thousands of years ago. They're not letting that happen to them again.
We actually have proof that we've genetically scarred some animal species of... I just remember they did a test with a bunch of mountain lions that they had pretty much confirmed, because they had watched them since they were babies, that they had never really encountered a human before. And so they planted all of these speakers in the area, and they would start playing a bunch of different noises, and they cycled through everything. They cycled through all the city noises of like cars, bikes, all these other noises, and none of them really the mountain lions gave a shit about. But the second that they started just playing humans talking to each other, like not shouting, just normal human conversations of like, how is the weather today? Oh, it was pretty good today. How are you doing today? Oh, I'm doing pretty good today. They just played that sort of stuff on loop. It panicked the mountain lions, and it panicked them so much they changed their entire hunting and sleeping schedule to not be around when the voices were playing. And these are mountain lions that had never seen or heard a human before.
Yeah, if they're aware there are people in the area, they will fuck off unless they're hungry.
But they didn't know that humans existed or the wild or anything.
My point being is... Yeah, my point being is that we have scarred these animals to the point where they are genetically afraid of hearing humans.
Yeah, the instinct is just in there now.
Oh god, it's the things that don't get tired, run!
Yeah, that generally turns out to be most of the things in the horror movies. It's things that can, run us down.
Yeah, that's also amusingly part of the horror genre, is that if we ever meet other species, what we'll actually see is they're part of the horror genre is not like things with infinite stamina. It'll be the same sort of vein of what we have. All of our horror monsters are monsters we can't fight, monsters that have more stamina than us, monsters that look too human, or monster. I mean, yes, you normally some of these monsters will also have like, you know, a super strength or the, you know, super durability or something like that. But
They
you know,
blend in and mimic us.
yeah, that's the biggest fear part is not that, oh, they're stronger than us, oh, they're tougher than us. The biggest fear part is always, oh shit, it could be anyone.
Oh yeah.
And so, as social creatures who specialize in endurance, our biggest fear is creatures that can use that sociability against us and have more endurance than us. And if we, like I said, if we ever meet other species, and you know their species is about like pack hunting and you know, intelligence, their horror stories would be about creatures with bigger packs that are smarter.
Until they run across humans and find out we'll just run them down.
Yeah, until they find the endurance hunter. And then we'll scar them like the rest.
No one expects the endurance spirit.
I mean, to be fair, it's a incredibly unlikely evolution that like we're the only ones that ended up succeeding. So it's like it's almost nonsensical of we'll spend a shit ton of energy just chasing you. And that makes a little sense because it's like, well, wouldn't it be just easier just to bite them? It's like, yeah, it would. But our method doesn't put us in danger because the creature we're chasing will eventually run out of energy and we won't, and then we kill it for free and then it can't hurt us. And this only worked because we also lost our teeth and our claws because that cost a lot of energy and we were going through a time of famine, and the creatures that survived had smaller teeth and claws but were able to pick up and find more food. And so we were a series of incredibly unlikely events punctuated by massive amounts of radiation from stars exploding, that just happened to align in our specific world line, I suppose you could call it.
This is a fan fiction stream, and we've only gone through like 3 summaries of fics. We haven't even gone through a fic
Well,
yet.
to be fair, we're also talking about a lot of writing. We're also talking about a lot of the process behind it. We're talking about the kind of biases that can affect your ability to write. You know,
one specific writer and his fallacies.
Yeah, you know, one specific writer and his fallacies. I mean, there's a lot. Yes, it is a fan fiction stream, and yes, we're supposed to be making fun of fan fiction. But I mean, I also like to just talk about writing in general because honestly, at the end of the day, a lot of fanfic writers, despite it being their hobby initially, try and go on to make it work as an actual job, or they try and get commissions for it, and
many fail.
I mean, yeah, many fail, but also the fact is that my goal at the end of the day is to try and get these people to take more consideration in when it comes to actually writing their story, because right now, as it is, you know, it's
shit.
It's shit. Yeah. So, you know, it's, you know. Anyway, so let's see what else was going on here.
Well, gents, I don't know about you guys, but it's about that time for me. I gotta, I need to get going.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Let's see here. We got Wild Bow saying, "Is it my fault that the things in my childhood happened the way they did? Should I have reached out? Should I have done things better?" Yes, but it's a trap and it's an excuse, you see, because I was you can't blame me.
Yes, you can. You literally can, based on what you just said, motherfucker.
Yes. Yes.
Lucy's experience with subtle
apparently.
racism and the weight of doubt is informed by the ableism I encountered as a deaf person.
What the f-
I
hate that. Not only I
Isn't
hate
that just
Whoa.
basically admitting that he took
Hold up.
advantage that let him go
Did-
past? Cause
Did he just equate disabilities to something?
He just equated
way
disabilities to
more
being black.
history?
Yes.
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 Mm.
Yes, Wildo.
Being black is the same thing as being unable to hear.
Being black is a disability, is what he
Wildbow.
was saying.
I mean, do they ever hear?
Yeah. Is that teacher talking to me like I'm an idiot because that's how he talks, or is it because he's deaf and trying and failing to help, or because he thinks I'm an idiot because I'm deaf? Well, he's probably talking to you like you're an idiot because you're failing all your classes, you're skipping out of school, you turn off your hearing aid and go, "Huh? What?" whenever he asks a question of you.
Also, because he has to raise his voice, that changes his tone, which makes it A, seem like he's talking to you a different way, and B, kind of irritates him for having to do it.
And also, on top of that, a common thing you're told when talking to deaf people is to talk very slowly and to enunciate your words with your mouth, because the deaf people who can hear typically actually spend time looking at your mouth and in how it's moving to interpret the words you're saying rather than actually hearing them.
Which makes it sound like you're talking to a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I can't believe this person is trying to communicate with me. Don't they know I'm deaf? How dare they treat me like I'm stupid by trying to communicate me in a way that would actually communicate with me. Yes. So once again, Wildbow, you are playing the victim card of everyone's out to get you, and how dare this person try and
Be out to get you.
communicate with you, because that's clearly just them mocking you for being deaf when they're doing the things that are, in your own words, what you do with deaf people so they can understand what you're saying.
He deserves to be mocked. Maybe not for being deaf, but he definitely deserves to be mocked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, on that, I am off. See ya.
See ya. Is
Later.
this teacher hostile because of my hearing impairment? No, they're hostile because you turned your hearing aid down, so now they have to shout at you. And because they have to shout at you, you're perceiving it as a hostile method, because typically humans communicate at normal volume. But since you refuse to hear at a normal volume because you want to be the victim, you're forcing people to shout at you, which makes you feel like you're being attacked and validates the fact that you don't want to hear them at normal volume because you're playing the victim.
A reminder, we have an entire, 2-3 years worth of kids who were forced to wear masks, whose teachers wore masks, and they lost out on a lot of those social cues. So now they think normal conversation volume is being shouted at.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. And not only that, they also can't interpret facial signals of "I am disapproving of you" without saying "I disapprove of you," instead of frowning at them.
I don't know about that, man. I mean, okay, some of the younger ones, sure, but the older ones...
the younger ones. That's what I'm saying. The younger ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so fucking dumb.
Reminds me, I always thought it was a runaway gag that cheese magic was one of the major schools in Rick Riordan's Kane Chronicles, but then I remembered who is most likely to develop lactose intolerance.
Oh, god damn it.
Wow. And if you go back and read some comment sections, it's kind of funny. Somehow it's when I draw most closely on personal experience that people say stuff isn't true or doesn't happen in real life. Lucy being treated like she was, Taylor's experience at school. The reason why people say stuff like that doesn't happen in real life is because stuff like that does happen in real life, but at an extremely exclusive rate. I went to some really terrible schools. I went to inner city schools. I went to extremely rural schools. I went to schools that didn't have any money because of corruption. I went to schools that didn't have any money because they simply didn't have money. Period. There wasn't any corruption involved because there wasn't any corruption to take money with. So, I can speak to a wide, diverse range of experiences at schools. I went to rich schools, I went to poor schools. I know people that work with special needs children exclusively. I know schools that have that are exclusively special needs. I know people that work at those, and they've told me stories. And I know people that work in public schools, and they've told me stories. And I know people that work in private schools, and they've told me stories about how things work there. Across the board, schools, once they're aware of bullying, across the board, a vast majority of the time, I would say 95 out of 100 times, don't tolerate it. And didn't tolerate it all the way back then either, even before the zero bullying initiatives. They basically never tolerated it. And so if a student was being brutalized, and I say brutalized because she was being shoved downstairs, she was being, slammed into lockers, she was having her food destroyed, her book bag destroyed, her books destroyed on a more than once occasion. She constantly had her projects ruined by Sophia, constantly had her stuff stolen. She constantly had, thumbtacks put on her chair and glue put on her chair, and, they dumped waste baskets on her and shit. That only can go for so long before the school finally learns of it and does something about it. And, the teachers all knew and they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything because you didn't ask for help. And the reason why the teachers never did anything, as I can tell you, the teachers never did anything because you didn't ask for help, which means that they were in a really awkward situation of trying to intervene with someone else's children. And if you don't have the backing of the victim in that scenario, it becomes incredibly hard for anything to be done about it. If the victim doesn't want things to change, it's basically impossible to make it change.
Yeah, I read all his shit about Taylor, and my first thought was, that's it? That's all you're really having her to deal with. Okay, yeah, she could have and should have just put up with it. Because at least she wasn't getting physically beaten every fucking day.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly.
It's again the difference in bullying between boys and girls.
Yeah.
Boys are going to be physical about it, 100%. They may also destroy your shit and spread rumors, which usually devolves that into he's a faggot.
Yeah,
almost every time.
Pretty much. Yeah, that really what it came down to is that's the sort of stuff they would call you. And that's the sort of, it wasn't even like they spread the rumor and like they didn't go, oh, we're gonna tell everyone that he's gay. They would
they
just
you gay everywhere.
they would shout it everywhere, and then people were like, oh, he's gay. Yeah, like it wasn't a whole like production.
No, they didn't need to.
Yeah, and so it's just like. The comment section of people saying shit like that didn't happen in my school. Because it didn't. Because a majority of schools cracked down on that sort of thing. And it was a very unbelievable circumstance. And again, I was incredibly bullied as a child. I was bullied so hard, people attempted to kill me, and the school ultimately brushed it off. In part because the guy who tried to kill me was super rich and was a non-white and non-Christian, so there was that little bit. It wasn't so bad back then, but it was still on the level of, we can't be pushing too hard against this because this is a very white area and they are a minority, and that's what it was like back then. It wasn't, they're specifically Muslim or anything. It was, they're a minority back then. Just the general label. and they were also extremely, extremely rich, so they could actually fight a lawsuit against the school even if they were in the wrong and win. And the school didn't
That
want
would
to.
do it.
Yeah, and the school didn't have the ability to fight that, so they're like, okay, look, we're just gonna have to play. We're have to, despite the fact that the kid openly admitted in a recorded conversation that he tried to kill me, we're gonna have to play this down extremely hard because his family is richer than yours, and his family is richer than us. It's like, well, okay, well.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
mean,
how it
there was
went.
honesty.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't honesty because they didn't tell me that, but that's what I got from it. Because the school basically looked the other way about the entire situation. Because I mean, I also broke some kids' limbs during that fight. And so they were gonna come down really hard on me, and then they were like, then this kid fucking's like, yeah, I tried to kill him. They're like, fuck, shit, we can't come down hard on him now, because if we get anyone having eyes on this case being even existing, we're gonna have this kid saying he tried to actually kill him. Fuck. So they buried it instead.
Yeah, I can't see it ever elevated to anybody trying to kill anybody, but I was in that 5% of schools where they didn't care that there was bullying because the people doing the bullying were part of the community.
Right.
They all
Yeah.
went to the same church, they all hung out together, they were all friends. So if you happen to be an outsider who was getting bullied, well, it just didn't happen. And even if you did, if you came in and complained about it, guess who they suspended?
You, of course, yeah.
Not the bullies.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, of course, I caveated quite well to start that, you know, some schools, some communities can be like that. A large majority aren't. And so, yes, you will have a lot of people coming into your comments and saying that shit doesn't happen. And especially when you talk about racism. Especially.
Oh, yeah.
Because the whole subtle racism thing, when you write stories like that in the progressive way, like that, where you're basically accusing all of the white people around the character, which are representatives of the white people, of the white race.
Yeah.
You are saying, oh, all white people are this, you're all subtly racist because blah, 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 blah. And then, yes, you'll get a lot of people commenting, oh, I'm not like that. I don't do that. I've never seen that happen. You're exaggerating, because you're accusing them of being racist. And so, yes, they're, of course, going to come back and say, no, I'm not racist, because you've trained them, A, that being racist is bad. So if you go up to someone and say, you're a pedophile, of course the person's going to be like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm not a pedophile. Don't call me a pedophile. Because being a pedophile is bad. And if you go and accuse someone of being a pedophile, they're going to go, no, I'm not, because that is a bad thing, and I am not bad thing.
Oh, okay. So slap words like racist or Nazi or sexist, etc., have lost their weight because they've been so fucking overused. But pedophile is actually one of those that strikes deep and hard because it hasn't.
They lost their weight to us. They have not lost their weight to normies who are disconnected from all of that, and they just want to sit down and read a book. And when they sit down and read the book, and the book is like, white people be like this, they're all the subtle racisms, and the white person's gonna be like, well, what the fuck? No, I'm not racist. I smile and I say hi to everyone.
Yeah, I suppose that is normie mentality.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's still fairly normal. Yeah. Those are not words you call someone lightly.
Yeah, and so yes, you're going to have your comment section filled with people denying the reality of these characters' air quotes lived experiences because you are accusing other people of this action by saying, oh, well, you know, society treats them like this. And it's like, well, I'm part of society and I don't treat them like that. I've never seen them treated like that. So this is really weird that you're saying society, because again, there's a problem is that Wildbow is also writing a modern-ish story with majority of his stories. And so when you say modernish society is treating them like this, you're going to get a lot of people saying, hold on, I'm part of modernish society and I don't do this. So using that as a basis is really bad. You know, oh, my comment section is saying this doesn't happen, this is further proof. It's like, no. What happened to you, if it did, because again, you also just admitted to being a compulsive liar for literally decades, if what happened to you did actually happen to you, you are part of a very select case of unfortunates that this happened to. You are not the rule, you are the exception. And because of your lack of self-awareness, you believe you are the rule, because that's how you cope with the fact that you were the exception. Is you sit there and you cry in a corner going, no, I'm the rule. No, reality is really like this. No, it can't just be me that lost the fucking shit stick. I can't have the shit stick. I got the long stick. No. You got the shit stick. And that sucks. But it is what it is. It's not reality. And you can't get angry when you accuse a vast swath of people of something and they say, no, you're wrong. I'm sorry, that's just not how it fucking works. I have parallels with Verona's experience too, because Verona was told by her parents that she was useless and trash, and I was told by my parent that I was useless and trash, except for the part where I never spoke with my parent and I never saw my parent, and I'm a compulsive liar, so you really have to believe me that my parent told me I was useless trash. Again, you know, he just slipped that compulsive lying in as a little segment. And then just didn't realize what that meant for the rest of his story. Verona's dad is peak, I'm sure. It's more about capturing sentiments than recounting events or being an XP of real life. Capturing events would require hundreds of thousands of words on the subject and nobody wants to read that. Well, I mean, you wrote millions of words about Worm and everyone read that.
Oh, no. What he's saying is, but it was real in my mind.
Yeah, exactly. Verona. Also, the people that I mean, and this is a double-edged sword. This is gonna hit me as well. The people that sit there and make up entire fucking conversations with other people in their mind of like, yeah, this is how it would go, and then you actually talk to the person, and all you say is hey, and they say hey, and then you don't have the whole fucking scripted scenario you just had in your mind with them. Except this.
I've done that.
Yeah, except Wildbow over here is the kind of guy that has the scripted scenario, and then when the scripted scenario doesn't happen, he still acts like it did.
That describes Taylor to a T.
Yeah. Verona is peak make shit up incarnate. Not surprised, considering that he's a compulsive liar and he just said that's what inspired her. Yeah, instead, it's finding about these isolated moments that encapsulate stuff and conveying things through those moments. But again, if you try and make a character have experiences, like say this character is bullied, and you want to isolate these moments of bullying to convey that to the audience. The audience is going to say your shit sounds unrealistic if all you do is talk about how much Taylor is bullied, and no one cares at all, no one cares at all, no one tries, no one does anything ever. And guys, you gotta believe me that all of the teachers are with the students and everyone's against me. You gotta believe me, guys. It's not a conspiracy, it's real, guys. Everyone's working together to make my life worse. Yeah, no one's gonna believe that. Now, we'll believe that as that's the character's worldview. We'll believe the racism the character is air quotes experiencing is the character's worldview. Yeah, we'll believe that. Because they're a fucking stupid teen and they don't understand how people talk to each other. But
it's that meme with Gendo Ikari saying the fact that he could be exposed to a 14-year-old's opinion at any point in time is a war crime.
Exactly. No, 100%. And what crosses the line is when you sit there and say this child's worldview is the morally, objectively correct worldview, and everyone that disagrees with how they view the world is wrong and racist and sexist and ableist. That's like, bruh. On top of that, if you want to highlight her bullying as a key part of her character, and then you release that to the public is going to read the entirety of the work, and it's going to start looking into this character. And they're going to be like, okay, so this is a key part of their storyline. This is a key part of what shaped them as a person. Okay, so how did they interact with the bullying? They didn't. They wrote in a journal about how everyone hates them. Okay, what did they do with the journal? They did nothing with the journal. Did they tell anyone anything ever? No, but the character claimed they totally told people, though. Alright, and what happened when this character totally told other people? Oh, they just ripped up the papers right in front of him and spit on her face and then took out their dick and started wailing it around, slamming it on everything. And then everyone clapped.
Oh, God.
It's like, okay. Yeah, the reason why we don't believe Taylor's bullying and why Taylor has such a hard time conveying her bullying status to other people is because that's literally what goes through her fucking mind every single time. Is she goes to the wrong people. The secretary doesn't give a shit if you're being bullied. They might give a shit as a person, maybe, but they're a secretary. What the fuck are they supposed to do? Oh, I'll pass this on to the principal along with the other 80 sheets of paperwork they have to look at. Maybe they'll take a look eventually in 7 weeks. If you have a problem with bullying from your ex-best friend, and she's turned the whole school against you, even though she didn't really turn the whole school against you, what she really did was she shit-talked you every day.
Well, no, there were instances shown in canon where all the girls gathered around Taylor and shit-talked her and did shit like that.
Yeah, but that's just girl stuff. That's,
Yeah, that is just girl stuff. But it's enough people that it starts to seem like it's the whole school to the person involved.
Sure, and I agree. Again, if you look at it from the worldview of the character exaggerating as a child, yeah, sure, obviously. But, it's like she never went to her dad because she came up with excuses for her dad. She never really talked to Blackwell. She talked to Blackwell's secretary. She never really went to a teacher beyond saying like, yeah, they're totally bullying me. And then the teacher would be like, all right, well, can you point out like something that they definitely did that you actually have proof of? And she'd be like, well, they stole the project that I definitely did. She's like, well,
if you brought the destroyed project in, which there were instances where she still had that shit,
yeah,
where it had like stuff spilled on it. All right, or the fucking flute.
Yeah,
Tell them to produce the flute.
Produce the material, and she'd be like, no, they won't believe me, and then she doesn't do it. It's like, okay, well,
or it's just teenage I hate authority bullshit.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of teenage I hate authority bullshit, and it's like, just fuck off. And then you have, this is why you have all the people that pick through it, and when they're like, well, why didn't she do X, Y, Z? And you know, even by teenager standards, well, they did, like, they literally never went to anyone. They made excuses as to why everyone wouldn't help them. And I mean, yeah, this is all pretty much in line for a teenager, but also at the same time, you're out of world postulating that this is like somehow a normal thing to happen in school because it happened to you, and this is why you wrote the character this way.
Well, all right, Hollywood has made it seem like, yes, this is a normal thing that happens in every single school, in every single class, everywhere in the world, all the time. So that's, I can see where they would believe that, okay, this is a normal thing that happens.
Yeah, alright, that's fair enough, yeah.
Even though we all know it's not, statistically, they've been told it is. It's the fucking lie that's been perpetuated. Just like, oh, lots of other lies that have been perpetuated.
Let's see. So in brief, my parents aren't like the parents I depict. There's no direct analog to Lucy's teachers, and the feelings the way teachers treated her and how fair and perplexing it was, those are my own. The teachers treated her unfairly, and it was very confusing to me as to why they were doing this. Again, this is just me continuing to nail you to a fucking cross, because I continuously am just getting you correct before I even read what you wrote. I literally said earlier that he was confused by why the teachers treated him like shit, even though he had never in the narrative at this point in time said he was confused by why they treated him like shit, and now he's saying he was confused by why they treated him like shit. And I was fucking right about this, about how he's framing everything, is he went out of his way to be a problem child, and then was shocked when people treated him like a problem child.
You didn't nail him to the cross. He climbed up there himself. You just pointed it out. The dude's got a murder complex.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is why Taylor has a murder complex, and half of his other characters have a murder complex.
Yep.
A woe is me, everyone is against me bullshit.
It's honestly impressive that
But I'll
Sneaky
save
just
them all anyway. Yeah? Sorry, Aurora?
It's honestly impressive that you basically just you basically pinned him immediately.
But yeah, by paragraph 1, I already knew what he was gonna say.
And it's like between this article and last week, we've learned so much about him that it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, and again, I mean, he was right as well. Why would he write this essay? Why?
Like, some of I think I muted myself by mistake earlier on my headset.
Oh, you did.
But I was saying earlier that he the moment he added he was what the fuck, I can't think the word, constant liar.
Oh, well, yeah, compulsive liar, yeah.
Yeah, he was a compulsive liar. He basically undermined the entirety of this document.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
It's like, Jesus Christ, how self-sabotaging do you have to be? And
the only the only truth a liar will ever tell you is that they're a liar.
Oh, yeah. No, see, all right. I didn't brain fart.
Yeah, no, were you gonna say something like the liar will tell you that they're not a liar?
No. Oh, that's where I was going. All right. Authors, you can draw a lot from what an author writes about that author themselves.
Sure.
Usually. Sure. Now, usually it's assumptions and it's a shot in the dark. Maybe they lean this way, they lean that way.
Right.
It depends, unless you get somebody who can totally divorce themselves from their characters and write completely the opposite of how they actually are in person, which is rare. But then he goes out and does this, and it's a case of, oh, those are your OC, your SIs. You've put all of yourself into this, and you've told us exactly how you are, and everything we thought we ass pulled about you, it turns out to be true, and then some.
Yes.
Yeah, don't ever do that as an author.
Yes. Yeah. Writing Taylor as a lens to view my own past experiences helped me recognize that I had problems with authority.
It took that to help you realize you had
It took
problems with authority?
writing Worm to realize that he had problems with authority.
No.
Yes. I want to show you an example of what Lucy was bullied with in the terms of racism. I washed my hair, it dries fast. Amy touched her dry hair. How's the eye? Is it still good? Good.
What the fuck is this shit?
I don't want to see you skipping more showers. Did you wash your hair, Lucy? I don't wash it at school. You need to run it underwater. No, I don't.
Oh. First to last line.
Put off the game, get his face. Were you actually being aggressive to the teacher back in class? Yeah, Haley's really good, but it's easy to put her off her game. It's easy to get the teacher off her game. What? Get in her way and get in her face. I wasn't gonna touch her or break any rules, though. What the fuck?
That's the lesbian character.
Yeah.
Touching her.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but it's just like...
That's so fucking dumb.
I'm assuming they're doing some sort of sport function that would get them all sweaty. And the reason why the teacher is asking each student if they washed their hair after the sport function was over was because they got all dirty, and the teacher is trying to promote personal hygiene. Because, I mean, is it a little weird? Yes, but I do understand that some schools actually have showers in them, and they expect the students to shower in the gym showers after they do gym stuff. My school didn't.
No, we had showers. We did not do that shit. No.
Like I said, I can understand the idea. I can't really speak on it because we didn't have any. And if we did, I don't remember them. And I don't think I ever saw them. So, I mean, I know we had like one shower in the nurse's room. In case some kid got drenched or something. But they were playing basketball. Okay, so yeah, did you take showers? Gym class, yeah. Yeah, so quite literally, they had gym class, and the teacher is going through trying to make sure that they're all practicing proper hygiene and actually cleaning themselves after they got all sweaty and dirty. And yeah, oh yeah, while the kid is lying about washing his hair, it totally dries fast. You gotta believe me, sir. And you know what? What it was? The teacher probably was just like, fuck it. I'm not gonna fight the kid on this.
Yeah.
Fine, yeah, you did it? Alright, fine, yeah. I'm gonna catch you one day, and then I'll be able to slam you with detentions, and we'll see who's laughing, but I'm not gonna fucking fight you on this. I have like 20 other kids to check.
That would mean going into the showers with the kids, and that's a no-no.
And also, on top of that, what this character did here was, did you wash your hair? Yes. He clearly didn't, but he said he did, so the teacher says, fuck it, I'll just mark yes. And what did you do? You, Wildbow, had the main character, which represents you. Did you wash your hair? No. You have now made it his problem. Instead of just saying yes so he could check the box, it's like going into the fucking TSA and then being like, do you have any implants? Because you walked through the fucking, scanner and it beeped. And you're like, no, I don't have any implants. And it's like, okay, well, now it's our problem. Now we have to scan you by hand. Now we have to pull you aside because you lied about something that you do have. You did have implants. You could have just said yes, and they would have just waved you one through. But now that you've said no, you have now made it their problem.
Oh, you're getting the full probe for that.
Yeah, so now they have to follow a process because you have, before witnesses, said no to the question they asked. Now they have to go through the procedures because otherwise it's their job on the line. And if they, if a student ever goes up to the nurse and said, he didn't check us for the hygiene, now the school has to investigate the teacher, and now they have to put everything the teacher's done under scrutiny, and they have to spend money and time looking into everything the teacher's done because they were told the teacher wasn't following some basic protocols, and if he's not following the basic protocols, he's probably not following the other protocols, which are less basic. So now they have to review everything and make a fucking fiesta out of it. So what does he do? Did you do hair? Yes. He clearly didn't do hair, but he said yes. Check.
Lice infestation. If lice ever got out, that's a case of, well, weren't you supposed to be making sure they've showered?
I did. I asked them all, and I checked their hair. He said his hair just dries fast. I mean, I don't know his personal situation, so I believed on that. I'd be like, all right, well, that's fair enough.
But this little asshole just didn't want to do it.
And he's like, yeah, you have to at least run it through water. No, I don't. Yes, you do, because it's part of the rules. This is not racism. This is just me having rules I'm supposed to hold you to.
Because he has rules he is held to.
Yeah, and Wildbow, this is really, you're making it really awkward, Wildbow, because now you're sitting here saying rules applying to black people is racism. Which again is a very hot take. That is a very hot take.
Wildbow. That is a Wildbow take.
That's a Wildbow take. Yeah. Also, by the way, they were obviously playing gym basketball as a sport, and Wildbow literally goes out of his way to say that she was faster, could run for longer, and be better at basketball.
He must have liked his basketball.
People in basketball. That's how I understand the black man.
Yeah.
God damn it, Wildbow.
Basketball and track.
You're being belligerent. Enough, both of you, the teacher told them. I just punished student. I don't want to punish more students. Lucy frowned and turned away. It's an unusual word to pick. It means stubborn and hostile. Have you met them? The teacher asked. Lucy trailed off and paused. Do as Verona said. Keep the individual sentences correct and lead. Do as Verona said and lie to them by omitting information. And let them come to their own conclusions. Okay, so he's literally having his characters give his other main characters lessons on how to lie to people.
Yep.
Okay. I go for lots of walks and bike rides. I ran into a big group again. They were unpleasant. What happened? They got weird with the woman out of town, got weird with me, condescending and aggressive. It took a bunch of us to get that woman away from them. They're talking about deserving a bunch of stuff for parody, which is, I think, the mindset behind raiding the stores and taking our stuff. They've got a sketchy patriarchal sort of beliefs.
What?
Okay. If we're talking negatively about belief systems, we'll have to cut this conversation short. The public school teacher said, the school is meant to be open to all beliefs. There may be detentions in order if you continue. Yes, because if this is supposed to be a modern times written story, in modern times, bad-mouthing literally any belief besides a certain one is not okay. This is not racism. This is progressivism. Which
Same
is
thing.
racist. Yes, but it's not, oh, the Ku Klux Klan, those conservative Ku Klux Klanners, they're coming down to be the racists. It's, no, this is the progressives, and they're a special form of flavor and racism, which is very different than the portrayal of the who and what the racism is.
So what's interesting is that this is an 11 o'clock and not the political podcast.
Yes. I mean, dude, this is just what Wild Bo's writing. This is just Wild Bo's writing. So what Wild Bo, the man who's written 9 million words, has written, and now saying that he is these characters. You see, he is the compulsive liar who leads people to conclusions. He
builds his characters around racist tropes.
Yeah, he is the writer who bases his characters around racist tropes. Edit to clarify, I'm not talking about perspectives. I am good at writing perspectives. I talk about writing different voices in dialogue. Yeah, so basically this entire essay is just about how he is a terrible person and projects all of this into his main characters because he is only able to connect to characters that are like him, and you can tell the characters he's able to connect to by how awful they are, because the characters he doesn't connect to, he just relies on a series of tropes and stereotypes to dictate their behaviors. And this is a man who is a indie writer who got famous for his indie writing and stayed indie. Didn't become a big-time publisher, thank God. But stayed indie not because of him not being popular. He was quite popular, and I'm sure if he tried to get Worms serialized by a publishing house back in the day, he probably would have been successful. No,
he could have lived off pure royalties.
Yeah.
Just from Worm.
Yeah. I'm not saying it would be the next 50 Shades of Grey, but it certainly probably would have been quite popular of a story beyond the underground market that it currently is residing in, and honestly having read all of his essays now, having read one of his biggest stories, I can pretty much conclusively say that the reason why he never went to a publishing house is specifically due to his problems with authority and thinking the world is out to get him.
Sounds right.
I'm glad Worm didn't turn into a TV show like Shadowhunters. Yeah. It would have sold better than modern Marvel. Yes. Yeah. To be fair, though, that's not really a high bar.
It should be, because Marvel has how many literal decades worth of framework and money behind it. All they have to do is put the old characters that people like into new and interesting
but
stories.
you know how
changing
like the
those characters.
90s and 2000s were characterized as the age of information.
Yeah.
We're in the age of fan fiction now. And anything can happen
damn it.
because it's fan fiction.
Fuck no. Fuck off. No. Fuck off.
Because in this age, there will always be more and it will always get worse.